Hooray! Oh, I still need to download Chrome. So, are you doing anything? Cannot satisfy dependencies. Boo boo. Hey, Lamer. Is it DPKG-I? Oh, what is the... Oh. Yeah, I'm good, man. How are you? So that worked. Do I need to make a better Debian package installer than Ubuntu does? Oh, by the way, do snap packages still not auto-populate the start menu? Because I installed Firefox as a snap package. But it didn't show up until I restarted in the start menu in KDE. Don't tell me they still have that issue. Please don't tell me they still have that issue. Oh, PowerShell. Oh, how can I explain it? PowerShell is amazing, but it has a little bit of weird syntax in it. Huh? It's a lot like Bash, to be honest. Holy shit, the theming is fucked up here. There you go. Okay, that's better. But it is powerful. PowerShell is powerful. One pin? So is it still asking me to do that? It is. Do the NC Lite, because you can. I turned on a lot of telemetry in NC Lite. You can turn off a lot of. Why is this looking so bad? Have they fucked up the front rendering again? Man, you gotta fucking hate Linux. God damn it, man. Holy shit. What is the refresh rate? Oh, there. 60. So you go into where is it? Component removal and tweaks. You can turn off a lot of those. Yeah, trust me. You want this. You want this. It's so fucking convenient. It's a little bit like actually, there's no equivalent of this on fucking Linux. So what they do in here is that if you start to mess shit up, they give you a warning. Or they would have like a message box down here that tells you what you're actually going to do. And this is purely point and click. And you can even set up in component removal. So there's this compatibility here. So you can set up flags basically. That is like, I don't want this to be like, don't remove this at any cost. So that means that if you take something off that may infect that, or code. Let's say I want Xbox. Anything has to do with Xbox, don't touch it. So if you start to untick stuff that has to do that will break that compatibility, that won't happen. Yeah. This is for customizing Windows ISOs, Wilson. Yeah. How can communist when we have so much choice? It's the Free Software Foundation's philosophy I'm making fun of. Again, Lamer, use this one here. Trust me, you will thank me if you do. And you just download the stock standard normal version of Windows. You can even have, let's see, what is it? Is it this one here? Yeah, so you can have different versions of Windows that you work on at the same time. You can even remove versions. So the ISO I made this week, I removed like the S series, I removed the workstation, the server, all of those things. So you only get Windows 11 Pro. That's the only option you have. And you can save presets. So let's say there's an update that you need to, a new updated ISO you want to work off, or they recommend that every time you implement new updates, you start over again. You can then just take your resets here, go into apply them and override. And then you build the new ISO. I've never seen a more easy and convenient tool for really going nuts with Windows. And the only reason that Windows may not work is if you fuck it up. I can send you a pro key. I will DM you on on Discord. I think I use like an... Oh my god, I need to clean my mic stand. It's so dirty. I have a old Windows 7 or 8 Pro key I've been using for the last 5 years or something like that. Oh yeah, Windows have a lot of tools, but actually you can do this in Active Directory / Azure with Windows. Yeah, I'll see if I can find the key, because I may have it at work, but I will see if I can find it. I will say I have a few keys laying around, so I can send one of them to you. What you can do here also is, where is it? Hardware, blah 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 blah. Yeah. Oh. So here, let's say you have an identical laptop. Let's say you buy a lot of Lenovo laptops, the same model with the same internals. You can pre-install all of the drivers on this ISO. So next time, the next Lenovo laptop that you're installing Windows on will have all the drivers. I've had Lenovo laptops where I couldn't use the Wi-Fi because Windows didn't, you know, I was using a stock standard Windows instead of the Lenovo packaged Windows, or what you will call it, with all the float shit on it. So the Wi-Fi driver didn't get installed until I plugged it into the Ethernet, and Windows did its whole let's find drivers for your missing hardware kind of thing. But let's say you have 10 laptops you need to set up, you can do that here. Exactly, Wilson, yeah. Yeah, this is meant for software, Windows integrator. You can make a you can go into the regedit and mess around with that if you want to. You can have unintended software installed post and set up. So you can do, like, let's say when the user made their account and they log in, it will run some programs that the user needs to install. That will be post login. If the software like Chrome has unintended install, you can put that into pre user creation. So when you install the ISO, it will automatically install Chrome and stuff like that. However, that has been known to have issues with unintended install and stuff like that. Some software is not. They say they have the capability of it, but it's not, you know, running perfectly. Yeah, you can put customization. You can have config files you transfer over and stuff like that. Think of this like Arch Linux. Think of this like you are customizing Arch Linux. Almost anything you can do with a Linux install, you can do with this tool with Windows. Yeah, but I used Windows 11 on set Lenovo laptops at work, and they still have issues sometimes. Because a lot of the times when you're using the bundled versions of Windows that comes with your hardware, they have pre-installed driver support and stuff like that. It's a lot like the Yast installer from OpenSUSE, exactly, yeah. There are some things you can't do unless you pay for it, but that's like when you go into like... let me put it this way. If you're just a stock standard nerd, you don't need to pay for it. If you are a system integrator at work, you know, we're working for a company, you will, when you pay for it, you will get some more features. I have never used any paid features myself. Yeah, the Windows Vista days. Oh god, yeah. Yeah. And like I said, you can turn off almost anything in here. And if you do the compatibility check up here, where you take off what you don't want to be touched, it just don't want it won't uninstall features that you've said should be protected, basically. What I do like about this is that you pre-download the latest updates, and they just come with the ISO. We all know how batshit crazy and stupid Windows updates are. That's why I use this tool. So once every 6 months I refresh, or to that nature, I refresh the ISO with the latest updates. Because then I don't have to sit through like a year or a year and a half of updates. So a lot of times when I install using the ISOs that I make, the only updates I have is like virus definition and hardware related updates. Maybe one accumulated update or something like that, you know. This tool is being used by a shite ton of IT professionals all over the world. Like this was built for IT professionals. I know about this tool from IT professionals. This is like, I know Chris Titus Tech has made videos about it. There's a lot of Linux channels made videos about it. But I learned about this from people with like 20 years of IT experience talking about it. And it's a really good tool. Yeah, it's a really cool tool. I don't know what the price is though. It's not too bad. No, Windows Vista was not bad, no. Windows Vista was amazing. The problem is that Microsoft didn't put any, or they didn't put so many restrictions on what hardware it got installed on. So companies, of course, wanted to give people the newest Windows. So they put Windows on the crappiest computer they had. And it actually, what made Windows Vista bad was the manufacturers not basically installing it on proper hardware. So it was not Microsoft, so to speak, that was forcing them to do so. They just wanted to sell, you know, the latest Windows version because that's what people kind of wanted to some degree, you know. And of course, they then downgraded to XP on their crappy laptops, you know. So yeah, we actually, instead of blaming Microsoft, we should actually blame Dell and HP and all of those companies, to be honest. And I also think that's why, to some degree, they did the whole CPM thing with the Windows 11 to basically make sure that it didn't get installed on underpowered laptops or computers, to some degree. You know. Yeah, I hope the Windows ARM thing is... hey, Fish Tank. What are you surprised over, Wilson? I'm a little bit confused. You can turn off Copilot. And with tools like this here, you probably can also remove Copilot. So if you use a tool like this here, so actually you can. I like I said, I did a ISO this week. I had the option to remove Copilot from the ISO. So you can just, if you don't want Copilot, you just or Copilot or recall, you just remove it from the ISO. I like Windows 8. I actually really like Windows 8. But I didn't use the Metro UI at all. I just used shortcuts, keyboard shortcuts. Oh, okay, the Windows situation. Now I'm getting you. Yeah. They should have put down like restrictions. They should have enforced something or done something that so companies didn't you know, forcefully installed it on low-powered laptops. I need a better wallpaper. What do we have here? I've used that forest one before. Let's do nature 4K. Ooh, this must be New Zealand or something like that. That's definitely not 4K. That's not 4K. Ah, that's 1080p. That's not 4K. Can I download this in 4K though? Ooh, this is pretty. Oh, this is phone wallpapers. What's wrong with you? Yeah, let's get triggered. The only people that get triggered are people that had unresolved emotional issues. Just putting it out there. Austria, maybe? Yeah, I know about pixel.com. I use that quite a lot. Ooh, I like that one. But right now, this is just the one that came. Oh, guns. I probably should not use them on YouTube. Ugh, close. This look AI-ish. Oh, that's kind of pretty. This one is kind of neat. This looks weird. Oh, here it is. Pixabay. Ah, chicken. Hoshi. Yeah. Windows XP, they said, yeah. There is a few wallpaper engines on Linux, actually. That's actually not bad. Yoink. Yeah, close. Let's download that one also. Let's do this. Oh, that's not the right one. Let's move them into pictures. Move there. Oh, it will. AI is going to ruin everything. Let's just add an image. Yoink. Where did it put them? We do the boat. We do the boat. Katie is a mess, man. Oh, the weather here, it's like 20 degrees Celsius, raining like a motherfucker. It's like we haven't had any proper summer in Denmark, to be honest. Yeah, I think I'm going to move this over to my laptop and my desktop. I don't know what version I'm on here, to be honest. No, I'm not on Plasma 6. This is just, I just downloaded Kubuntu yesterday to try it out. But, question. Snap packages, do they still not auto populate the start menu until you log in and out again? I think we are about the 80 things here also. Like, we have a high humidity. I can't remember what it is today, but because of it has rained a lot, it's probably super high. When you right-click desktop wallpapers? What do you mean by right-click desktop wallpapers? Okay, well, so that's a high humidity. Oh, it will auto put them in here. Yeah, I know that. If that's what you mean, right? That it will auto show up in here. There's also in the bin folder somewhere, either S-bin or bin in the file system. It would, if you put it in there, it will also auto show up here. But I have my own, so I have my own wallpaper stack that I update or put new wallpapers into, and on my machines that I keep running, I will take that wallpaper stack and then just put it into like the picture folder. And it's just normally what I do is just I import that folder and then I put it into a slideshow. So it takes like 2 seconds to set it all up. Yeah, so the idea of a desktop, let's go into Paint. Where the fuck is my mouse? There it is. So it's because they were thinking about back in the day, you know. Why the fuck did it do that? Oh, apparently I can't do that. So let's pretend this is your desk with a lot of papers on it. Like your physical desk. Because your desk is called a desktop. You know, the computer desk you have right now on your table. And their philosophy is that this is just like your table. You put icons, you put files on it, you know. That's also why these are called folders. You know, file folders. You have a cabinet, a file cabinet with file folders in them. It's all emulated from a physical office, basically. So the desktop is like it's the top of your desk. You know? So instead of putting a cup of coffee, you put like a folder in here, something like, you know, like an icon in here. Which I need to enable icons at some point. Because they are weird. Because they are weird. Because they are like, well, you're looking at a wall. You know, there's a wall behind your monitor, so therefore wallpaper. So they are mixing together 2D with 3D philosophies, I guess. Is the best way of explaining it. But it is a mess. Wait, can I drag and drop? Oh, I can. Okay, that didn't break. Why is it so damn big, though? Yeah, I don't mind. I can live with that. I hate this package manager here. Yeah, they I think it's called anthropomorphosis or something like that, where you take real life examples to represent them into like a digital world. You know, so a notebook would look like a notebook in real life on your computer. I think that's called anthropomorphism, or I can't fucking remember what it's called. Apple did it a lot back in the day when Steve Jobs was alive. He liked that, like, let's say, you know, I don't have Notes installed here, I have Kate installed. So let's pretend this is a notebook app. He liked that a notebook app on a computer looked like a physical notebook app, because it would be easier for people to, you know, understand what it was, what the intended use for it was. Yeah, Discover has gotten a long way, but hey, so here's the thing. It's like with almost any open source project that I've used over my fucking years of existing. They always feel half-baked. Like, especially when it comes to UI and UX, it's just awful. I don't think I've seen a good UI design on any Linux platforms ever. Never. It's always off. Some are coming close. Like, this is close to being good, but it's still shit compared to any other fucking systems. But KDE with Qt libraries and the stock standard Blazer theme or Blaze theme or what it's called are the closest I've seen to a coherent, functional, good UI design. And that's mostly because most nerds that use Linux have no fucking idea how to do design. They are engineers. And never put an engineer into doing anything that has to do with design, because they think that a button is a button. If it looks like a prick, if it functions as a button, it's a button. I don't know what it is with software engineers, but they are so single-minded. It's not even funny. The best software engineers that can do... I've seen that can also do design are self-taught software engineers. Because they've not been brainwashed in school that the only thing that matters is the backend. Because a lot of software engineers only think about the backend. They don't think about the front end at all. Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. Skeuomorphism. Yeah. Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. Yeah, but here's the thing. You can have the best program in the world, but if it's not functional and understandable and looking nice, nobody's going to use it. It is a little bit like having the cure for cancer and not telling anyone. You know, people care about things like that. And we can go into a massive debate if they should. I would personally say they should not. The fact is that they do. And what people should and should not do, in our opinion, and what they do are two totally different things. The fact is that a lot of people... That's why we have, you know, Gucci, Armani, Calvin Klein. People care way too much about brand recognition, design, look and feel, usability, and all that shit, even though it means nothing. You can probably go to Walmart and get a better fucking quality t-shirt than an Armani shirt. You know. Exactly, Wilson. That's my biggest gripe with Linux, is that they don't understand that you could have the best engine in a car, but if you have to put on the doors every time you use it and it looks like a fucking beater, nobody is going to use it. No, GNOME is trying to be Mac OS. GNOME copies Mac OS faster than a fucking thief is trying to steal your wallet in a casino. Like, the GNOME people are sucking that fucking Apple design up their ass. You want to see something really funny about GNOME people? So, you know the programming language that the GNOME people made? It's basically just a refactored version of C#. They even say it in their documentation. They say it somewhere, I can't remember right now, but their syntax is heavily influenced by C#, which is a Microsoft technology. Yeah. Where the fuck did I see that? Here. The syntax of Vala is similar to C#, modified to better fit the G object type system. Why is it that Linux hate Windows and Microsoft so much, but they do everything that their twisted nuts can do to mimic almost anything they do? KDE is basically just mimicking Windows. You know, they are using the same principles that Microsoft are using for a lot of fucking crazy shit. They make a programming language that's basically just modified C#. Just admit it. Microsoft actually do cool shit. It's just a bad company. You know. Yeah, oh yeah. GNOME is a... Oh, GNOME is a mess. Don't get me started on the unoptimized. So, do you know why GNOME is unoptimized like it is? Let me know if you know why GNOME is so unoptimized. Well, everyone steals. Like, right now, you could say that Vala is GNOME is stealing C#. So, it's your PC. That is because of... Well, it's because of kind of two things. The inconsistency in theming and stuff like that is because Windows have kind of... I can't remember all of them, but they have VPF, VF, WinUI 1, 2, and 3. Depending on in what area that program is being developed in, they don't support, you know, newer themings and stuff like that. So Windows 10 and 11 is built up around WinUI. But if you're using, let's say, the old control center, or you're using the file mover dialog, that's probably done in either VPF or VF, Windows form or Windows % form. So the theming is inconsistent. Could they make VPF and VF looks like the new Windows theme? Yep. Do you want to rewrite a program just to change the theme? For consistency, some will say yes. That's what Apple do a lot of times. Most people say that it's function. You know. I'm a little bit in the middle of that. I think they should do something about it because inconsistency is a bad thing, of course. Another thing is that, especially for the if you go into Windows and you look into what programs are quote unquote outdated, it's mostly power tools. So it's mostly tools that only IT professionals should look at or should use. And IT professionals don't care that much about the theme. They just want, a functional program. And they also don't want shit to break because they're heavily dependent on said programs. So again, do you fix a program's theme that may break it, or do you leave it alone if only IT professionals are the intended target? However, we all know that power users, desktop users, are putting their greedy little fingers into power tools on Windows and showing them off in videos and all that fucking shit, and you get the inconsistency. If people used Windows in the intended way, there's only a few times you will see old, in quote, outdated UI paradigms. So that would be file mover, the deletion of the bin, and there's the properties menu for, like, when you click properties on a folder, that whole percent thingy is also from the older days. So mostly you will only see like the Win UI kind of experience. But again, we all know that most users did fab around in the OS and do other things. But that's kind of the philosophy from Microsoft. So it's a little bit like taking GTK 1, 2, and 3 and expecting all the themes to work on them, as we know they don't. And Microsoft, because Windows is massively bigger than Linux, they are prioritizing where they put in their development effort. So do we fix a program that only power users are supposed to use, or IT administrators, and tools that almost no one is using anymore? Or do we try and fix the things that people actually want to have fixed? So it's a lot of things balancing. With Linux, the inconsistencies with Linux is mostly because people don't want to follow the same standards. That's it. Because Linux could be way more consistent with the theming if we were using a consistent theming libraries for all applications. Linux inconsistency comes a lot from, oh, you're running a GTK desktop that's running Qt applications, or the other way around. Because Linux has some backwards compatibility with theming from in the GTK libraries. So the biggest problem with Linux is just that everyone thinks that they have the best idea ever, and their idea is the one that we should follow, so therefore everyone is doing theming differently and blah, 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 blah. Linux could be more consistent than Windows if we all just use the same theming engine. It's that simple, because Linux has really good theming engines that is really consistent if the developers just fucking followed them. But because most open source programs are made by clueless idiots, and I'm being facetious for the sake of shock value here, of course, that's not going to happen, because Linux people hate standardization. They hate standardization. It's the big brother coming and talking to us and telling us what to do. No, it's actually making your life better. It's making the user lives better. It's making everyone's better if we have standardized shit. That don't mean you can't be creative and shit like that. It's just mean that we don't have 10,000 different programming languages that do the same shit, basically. And then if you're doing a theme, you have to theme it for 10,000 different theming engines. Windows is purely because WinUI is probably the most adaptable of them all. But Windows also have a way bigger legacy than Linux has on the desktop. I think Windows Form was the first, and that dates all the way back to like the early 90s, late 80s, I think. And then we have Windows Percent Form, that's kind of the Windows XP area. You also have like the UN something. They want to sandbox Windows. That was Windows 8. I can't remember what the fuck it was. UPF? Something like that. Which is like there when you know, the tablet and mobile market kind of exploded. They did that, which is still kind of supported. Then they did WinUI 1 with Windows 10. That then became Windows. That then got deprecated. Microsoft is a mess, okay? They helped make everything. Then they did WinUI 2 That's still a supported kind, and now they want people to use WinUI 3 that came with Windows 11 because it gives people a lot more control and stuff like that. But you can't use WinUI 3 without having signed software, and it's a mess. Oh yeah, KDE is way more consistent than most of them. Yeah, that's why I like using KDE. Like I said, Linux could, like, had we just said we're using Qt or we're using TTK, that will like remove most of the inconsistencies we have with Linux when it comes to like a consistency of the UI elements. Just choose one of those two platforms. That will remove 50% of the inconsistency problems Linux have. But they can't, because Camp 1 want this, and Camp 2 want this, and Camp 3 wants everyone to be chaos. Because they see standardization, because that's what Windows do, that's what Apple do, so therefore it must be bad. No. Like, most things in this world function when there is structure. Standardization is another form of structure. You cannot live your life without structure. Most Linux users would not be able to live in an anarchistic world. First of all, they don't have any survival skills whatsoever, so they would probably get killed and mutilated like first ever. Because trust me, we're all out of shape. For as much a lot of Linux users are against what proprietary software do and the corporate world do, they cannot live in a world that's not heavily influenced by those, because what they do, even though they're bad companies, but what they do is they give people structure. Why is it there's not that many leaders in the world? It's because most people just want to follow. They want options, but they want to follow. You know, most families, they eat the same 5-10 dishes every week. Maybe 20 or 15 dishes. Most people go to vacation places that's kind of the same. You know, we are creatures of habits. We need structure and stuff like that. And it's an illusion to think that we all want this free shit, because here's the thing, we have tried it. Anarchy was back in the olden days when we, shoved ourselves in the face with fucking blueberries and raw meat, and if we wanted a partner, we hit them in the head. But we were in war with each other, people got killed left, right, and center, then we formed tribes to protect ourselves. That's the first level of consistency, that's the first level of standardization, that's the first level of structure. Then smaller tribes got absorbed or killed by bigger tribe, and it's like, okay, for us to survive, we need to be a bigger tribe. That then, if you go far along into current history, means big cities, countries, these basically tribes. We have tried everyone can do whatever the fuck they want and have ultimate choice and all that shit. It didn't work. Because then some people will get together and they will outcompete you, they will steal everything from you, and you will be left alone. No matter how you put it, people function best in structure. And once in a while, you get people that are leaders. Those are the unique ones, you know. Those are the crazy ones. And most of the time, great leaders are fucking psychopaths. Because they need to make decisions that impact people's life. And for them to have a good conscience about that, they could not be great leaders. You cannot be a great leader and then think about, oh my god, I can't fire Karen because then she can't pay her mortgage. Kids can't go to school. The husband will leave her. She'll probably fuck the family dog out of despair. And, you know, they don't give a fuck about that. They can't give a fuck about that because then they can't successfully be the leader they need to be. The world is a fucking messy place. Linux users live in this, like, unicorn world where they think that everyone is actually, you know, great, good human beings, and we all want everything best for ourselves and our neighbors and stuff. No. I have another thing I keep telling people that they say that, oh, people are inherently good. Imagine you're sitting around a bucket. In that bucket is a syringe. Whoever gets that syringe survives. the next 5 hours. You and your family will survive. Everyone will fucking kill each other to get that syringe, because you may not care about your life, but you definitely care about your wife and your kid's life. So, are you going to kill the other husbands or wives so your kids will survive? Yeah, you will. You definitely will. I don't think nobody, no parent will say that, yeah, our family will gladly die so you can survive. If it's you as an individual, you probably will do that. But if it was a question about your whole family surviving, people are fucking savages. The only reason why we are not killing each other left, right, and center is because all our basic needs are being fulfilled. How are they being fulfilled? Structure. Structure. That's the only reason why we can be kind people to each other, is that we don't have to worry about anything. We are not living in a world where, do I survive tomorrow? We have more than we need, so therefore we can give and we can be generous, we can be kind people. But only because there is structures put in place so we can do so. Yeah, the family dog is fucked, man. Weird thing about Microsoft IE is even... Yeah, so Microsoft, they did that with... they did that with Edge. But here's the thing. GNOME is mostly done in JavaScript. That's why it's so fucking slow. Wilson. No. A lot of things in GNOME is JavaScripting. So people don't give a fuck about subscription. They don't. Lamer posted a video in my Discord about a guy that moved to Linux because he thinks Microsoft is going to be subscription-based. People have said that about Microsoft since Windows... I think actually Windows Vista was when they started to play with that idea. How many subscriptions do you have currently right now? Probably more than you think. The thing is, people mind subscriptions if it becomes what Adobe was doing, where they were basically overcharging a fucking kidney. Oh yeah, the subscription model for Windows stems back to the the 2010s. Almost ever since Windows XP, there has been like rumors flowing around that Windows is going to be subscription based. Wilson, exactly. It all depends on how companies do. The same with taxes. Taxes can be great if they are done somewhat right. But taxes can also be stupidly bad if they are managed by a country that runs around with a thumb up their ass. So we pay a lot of taxes in Denmark, and most Danish people, even though we bitch about the taxes, we are still okay with them because we see every day what our taxpayer money is going to. We see a benefit from it every day. We have nice roads, even though we also pay road tax, but we have really nice roads. If I kiss a homeless people and I get rapid fucking diarrhea and gonorrhea and all that shit, I can just go to the hospital and everything is paid for. I don't have... My brother just got a kidney and a fucking pancreas. For free. For fucking free. For free. You know? So if people feel that what they are paying for is of good value, they don't mind it. But yeah, the Adobe shit is batshit crazy. Don't get me started on that. Adobe has been overplayed that hand for years. You know. But you also have to remember one thing. Why do Linux people bitch and moan about paying for shit? Because they are freeloaders. They are freeloaders. They are freeloaders. When Elementarios did this, the collectiveness of the Linux community revolted back to a fucking mouse-drooling, rabbit-infested dog with barking all over the place. How dare you expect us to pay for something you have spent hours and hours on? How dare you? Even though you could do this or this. How dare you? How dare you having us pay for $1 for something? UKUU? This dude here that made this tool here. This is like this is the norm. This is not just like I can keep going with this. Here, paid version. Let's see if I can find it. Does he not have that anymore? He used to have a subscription. Why? Am I just stupid? Because he had an explanation here why he had to pay for it. Or why you had to pay for it. Where is it? Linux. Okay, if you're coming with me with the argument that Linux is spying on me, or sorry, Windows is spying on me, I can see you're using your picture on a Google-owned website that takes more telemetry and spying more on you than any other company in the world. They are actively being sued over how much they track you. Okay? I will listen to you if you are not a massive hypocrite, basically. The only reason you say that about Windows is because you don't like Microsoft. So just be honest and say, I don't like Microsoft, and by the way, they spy on you. Just be honest. The point is, you cannot... I fucking hate Linux users. They're so unintelligent. You cannot say that some people can't do one thing and then support another group of people that do the exact same thing because you like them better. You have to be consistent. You have to be consistent. If you don't like... Let's say you don't like me swearing or calling you an idiot. Then you should not like your best friend doing the same thing. Or even yourself doing that thing. But in this world, there is like this... there's a few sayings of it, but it's like... freedom for me and not for they. People don't mind that things they like doing questionable things because they like them. But if the other people or the other group of people doing it That's bad. I don't like Bill Gates either. He's a lunatic. I don't like Bill Gates at all. But yeah, this dude had to basically put his tool behind a paywall because people were demanding that he did more and more work, but they were not supporting him enough. So what I mean by that is that he couldn't take, like, the work that the community using his tool want him to do meant that he had to do less paid work. Okay? So, for him to do that, well, the community should support him more with donations. They did. I think it was something like only like 5 or 8% of all of the users that have ever used his program have ever donated to him. That's just not financially viable. So, for him to be able to justify the time he spends on this software, both to his family, and that he could then say, well, I don't have to work all my hours at my current job, he had to put it behind the paywall. Again, the collective Linuxness went nuts. Nuts. Linux people don't want to spend money. What I hate about, I don't mind that at all. What I hate about that is that they are using things like freedom, owning your software, open source, FOSS, as an excuse. As an excuse. Just be honest. I like free shit. We all do. But if you're using Linux and you're not willing to pay for anything, and you just use it because it's free, don't hide behind freedom, ownership of software, and being able to see the source code, because you really don't care about that. You just want free shit. I will respect anyone so much more if they just said, you know what, I don't like Microsoft because I can get Linux for free and Linux do everything I needed to do, so why the fuck should I pay someone for stuff I can get for free? I would say, you know what, you have a fucking good argument there. You have a really good argument there. But if you're saying that, oh, it's not because it don't cost money, no, it's all the other things. Why do people like this then get fucking berated and yelled and screamed at by the collective Linux community? And people like this, every time they expect you to just chime in a fucking little bit. And this is not the only examples, there are plenty of them out there. Like, it's... At least the Windows users are fucking honest with you. At least the Mac users are honest with you. I have never been pissed on so much by a community and told it was raining than the Linux community. They will kick you in the balls and say that, no, we're just giving you a cake, by the way. We're not kicking you in the balls, it's a cake. You have to love it, it's a cake. It's a nutritious cake. Your balls are not bleeding right now. You're not bleeding out of your penis right now. That's just juice. It's love juice. People have to remember that telemetry is kind of... Yeah. You know how... Again? So this video here,
we all know that Intel.
This video here is him diving deep into the design problems that Intel processors have. The 13900Ks and 4900Ks and stuff like that. And he's diving into what the problem is, and he's talking to engineers, people that make games and stuff like that, Intel engineers, and the only reason why they know what's wrong and how to fix it is because of telemetry. That's it. He could not have made this video if Intel and gaming studios didn't take telemetry of their software. Most of this, you know when telemetry is useless? If people fucking bug report it. It's that simple. But we all know people don't do that shit. Too much effort. Fuck that. I'd rather fucking jerk off to Twitter and be angry on Twitter. Or X, sorry. My mistake. I'm an old guy. You know, again, most Linux users, and I say this as kindly as I can, most Linux users have no idea what they are talking about. They really don't. They want either, I'm just trying to gaslight myself to believe the system is survived by using Linux. Maybe switch to Linux would be the next thing. Or switch to Windows. Hey, like, if we are talking about privacy and telemetry and stuff like that, the only benefit that you're getting for switching to Linux is that you may be cutting down 5% of that. 5% of that. Basically, it means nothing what OS you use, because most of the telemetry and data that is being taken from you is by services. So it would be YouTube, social media, it would be anything that's online, basically. Is it a start to say, you know what, I'm starting with using Linux because I want to be more privacy concerned and stuff like that? Yeah, it's a good start if you continue to do, you know, you continue to follow that path. But most people, they are just like, I use Linux because of privacy concerns. And then they run around with their Android phone and they sign up to all kind of fucking e-girl sites and what have you not. And donating money left, right, and center to a girl to just look at them. Don't give a fuck about that. But they are angry at Microsoft and not Linux. Again, you have to remember, have any, well, you guys probably have. But have you sat and thought about what kind of people use Linux? Have you sat down and be like, let's take, because we all have biases. But have you sat down and be like, okay, what kind of people are actually using Linux? What is the vast majority of personality types that are using Linux? And if you sit and do that, it all just fucking makes sense. I'm not saying all, because there are some level-headed fucking Linux users out there. But the vast majority of Linux users are a certain group of people. I will let you think about that for a little bit, or if you want to go down this thought experiment with me. Oh yeah. Chrome got caught for not being very incognito in the incognito tab. Yeah, they they found out that incognito don't mean incognito in the. Yeah. Again, you are protecting. It's just a matter of who do you want to have your data. You know, that's all it is. And I can show you Linux telemetry right now in the command line. If I could spell. What's happening right now is communication between my computer and a server. The server needs to know what apps I have installed on my computer, which is data, which is a form of telemetry. I'm exchanging that data set with the data set on said server. We are comparing penises here. Right now, our penises is equally young or old and equally sized. If the penises on the server was newer and more handsome and more strong, it will tell me that compared to the data that we have collected from your computer, you have a slow, puny, tiny little wee, and you need to update. This is telemetry in action. This could not happen without telemetry, because telemetry is just data exchange. They need to know what I have installed on my computer to do this. Is it super intrusive telemetry? No, not really. But it's still telemetry. And again, telemetry for the, like Wilson says, telemetry for the most part is actually really good. Or was it your PC? I can't remember who you guys said it. Telemetry is needed for a lot of things. The problem here is, like anything in the world, when you give someone the little finger, they will eat your arm, your ass, your penis, your boob, your vagina, and everything. Those are the ones that we have to stand up against. So instead of saying fuck you to telemetry and all of that shit, no, say fuck you to bad actors. Because you don't want a world without telemetry. Because then you have to manually go and do like, it's really easy with Snap. You have to go like, okay, what version do I have of Firefox? Okay, I have this one here, okay? Firefox, download. Get Firefox. What is the latest version? I don't know, they don't say that here, but you have to manually go and figure out what version of Firefox you have and then download it. That is how this would work without telemetry. That's how we did it back in the Slackware days when you were the package manager. You had to go on to GitHub and see when they update, or some source repository management system, to see if they did an update or be on a mailing list. They're like, oh, we just updated this software. Then you went on to the website or Git or whatever, clone it, whatever you would do to get it down. I don't know if Git was around back then. How old is Git? It's 2005, so yeah, you could probably have done that. But you probably use another source repository management system to figure out what software you have. But you kind of like this, right? You kind of want this. You know, you don't want to, wait for someone to send out a mail and say, hey, VLC just got updated. Now you have to go and download the package and compile it yourself. Yeah, exactly. The more convenient it is, the less privacy and secure it is. You cannot have convenient security. That's it. You cannot have convenient security. If it's easy for you, it's easy for the bad people in the world. It's of course more easier for you than them, but it's still more easy than if it was complicated for you. So the more complicated it is for you, or irritating it is for you, it's even more irritating for them. There is no such thing as convenient security. It's an illusion. Like having a lock on your door, is that as secure as having a lock, an alarm, and a massive pit bull that it will eat your fucking leg off? No. But it's so much easier to only have to handle the key. It's so much more convenient. And you may live in a world or area of the world where that's all you need, That's all you need. No, so here's the thing. Your hammer and screwdriver don't respect your privacy because you probably paid for that, right? Every time there's a money exchange, there's been taking a shite ton of data, personal private data from you. And nowadays, you probably bought that with a credit card. Your credit card system, from the places you buy from to the bank, they know so much shit about you, it's not even funny. They may not know your name at the hardware store where you bought it, but they can easily find it out because they have your transaction laying around. If you knew how many fucking crimes that have been solved because of credit cards, it's not even funny. Again, I don't like Microsoft because it takes my privacy, but let me go and buy a sex doll online from my credit card. And God knows what the fuck they are using that for. SVN, yeah, I think that's the thing, yeah. There is a reason why you almost never see overstocking in shops anymore. And that is because every time you go into a store, they keep really, really, really tight-knit telemetry, aka customer data, on what's going on in the store, so they don't waste money on overstocking shit. Again, it may not be your physical name, but you are part of a statistic. You are part of a buying habit. That's why they know how early they can start selling Christmas shit. Because they can see on customer feedback by buying habits how early on people are willing to buy that shit. You know. Like, we are living in the Big Brother world. We are living in the Big Brother world. The only way you can get out of all of this shit, which 99% of Linux users don't want to do, mostly because they don't have the skill and they cannot live without the internet, let's be honest here. Unplug yourself for anything electronic. At least that's connected to the internet. Move out to a real remote place. Go to Alaska and move out into the wilderness. And live off the land. Never use a shop, never use money. Live off what you can find and gather out there. Again, which 99% of Linux users can't do because they barely can fucking say hi to a beautiful girl without losing their testicles. And if a bear or a wolf or even a rabbit came close to them, they will shit their pants. But that's the only way that you can live in the world that Linux users want to live in. Again, think about what kind of people are Linux users. It will tell you everything. What is the personality traits of the most of the Linux? I'm talking about Linux desktop users, by the way. But what is the personality trait for those? What is this typical stereotype of a Linux user? Because stereotyping, as bad as it is rooted in a lot of truth, to be honest. You know. Again, just be honest, dudes. Like, if only Linux users were honest, man. YouTube. What happens if I type Linux in I haven't logged in here yet. I probably remember my holy shit, is DistroTube? Is DistroTube losing viewers? It used to get way more viewers than that. I like craft computing. Oh, Fireship is a fucking menace. Oh! The one guy you should never listen to when it comes to Linux. Or one of the few ones. Oh yeah, free code camp is good. Yeah. Again, this is an illusion. There are still... There are way more Mac computers that developers use than... Linux. It's a lie. It's a massive lie. He's also losing views. What the fuck is going on here? Okay, so... No. Linux users, for the most part, are anti-government, anti-big businesses. They are leaning toward, that's why I put this in my title, they are heavily leaning towards a communistic, Marxist lifestyle because then they can leech of others because they don't have to do anything themselves. On top of that, they are wannabe tough guys. They are, what is the word that is being used now? Sigma males. Alpha is too fucking... No, alpha is too fucking low tier, man. I'm a Sigma male, you know. I don't have to tell people how tough I am and how amazing I am by telling people how tough and amazing I am. Linux users love to tell how, in the world, how intelligent and smart they are while having the worst fucking debatable skills in the world, by the way. But those are the kind of people that you deal with. Anti-social, anti-government, anti-big businesses, anti-taking responsibility, anti-actually doing something, but hyping themselves up to be brilliant. Intelligent and brilliant goes together. Seeing the holy grail of the world by using computing and stuff like that. There's nothing more than Linux users love more than sit together and jerk around their coming to Linux story. How I moved to Linux. How many videos are there out there? I switched to Linux or why I switched to Linux. They love that shit. It's porn for them. How many do you see? I am refusing to work on Windows computers kind of videos. They love being these like fake tough people. And again, hashtag not all, but it's a fucking good stereotype. And Linux users, what I've experienced in my close to 30 years being in the Linux community is a lot of Linux users is all fucking talk. Because if they were not all talk, they would have paid $1 for this. They would have... If what Linux said and Linux users was true to their word, this would be no issue for them. This would have been a non-issue. I have like a neutral viewpoint on cryptocurrency. I think it's a scam and a hoax. But a lot of things starts out as a scam and a hoax and actually become useful for society. But if Linux users actually believe what the fuck they said, they wouldn't mind paying $10 for this. They also would not promote any Google product. They would not call Android for Linux. They would hate that Google used Linux kernel. They would hate for Google to have Chrome OS Linux based. Because that company goes against everything they stand for. Conspiracy theories, exactly. I forgot that one. Yeah, they are massively conspiracy theorists. Yeah. Yeah, I forgot about that one. Yeah. And funny enough, there have been studies. So, being skeptical is okay. Conspiracy theories just take it to like when you start to talk about lizard people and all that fucking shit, that's when I think conspiracy theories. If you're skeptical, that's fine. So, we have to put that distinction in there. So, the people that go, the flat earthers, the lizard people, the Bill Gates is killing people with vaccines because he wants more money and all that fucking shit. Those kind of people. Study shows that those people are on average massively below the average IQ of the human race. So again, if there's a lot of conspiracy theories that has been proven to be below average IQ using Linux, well, a lot of Linux users by default then has to be below average IQ. Like, you see, you get what I'm coming at here. Again, being skeptical is fine. Have a skeptical mind and ask questions and is fine. But beginning to start about, lizard people and flat earth and Bill Gates is injecting everyone with autism. And that one person came into my stream and said that Bill Gates was buying up all the land in the US of A because of China. It's like, okay, now we are going too far out in the weeds, Now we are sniffing our own farts too much here. You know. Yeah, Wilson, I think you're more of a skeptical. I don't think you're a conspiracy theorist. Fedora and Ubuntu is still good, yeah. Yeah, I will say that both are good, yeah. Yeah, again, having a healthy skeptical mind is always... And again, you should also have that with Linux. You should also have that with Mac OS and Windows. You know? Yeah, I do like... So, this is my guilty pleasure. I love watching conspiracy theorists talk and stuff like that because I find them highly entertaining. And also because you have to remember, there's always some truth to what they are saying. They are just like, you know... Let's take the Bill Gates is buying farmland. Bill Gates probably have bought more land than he need and don't do anything with it. That they then build up to like he's buying all of the farmland. He probably have bought a few farmlands out there that's just being wasted. Just because he don't want fucking nosy neighbors, or what the fuck do I know? So again, I love listening to them because if you can take all the bullshit away, there is a little bit of truth in there, you know. But you have to take away all the fucking bullshit away. Oh yeah, crazies always attract other crazies. So one person was asking me in one of my latest videos in the comment section why Linux users are so deranged or so crazy, and I'm like, it has never been more easy for stupid people to find other stupid people and unite. You know, it has never been easier to find other people that believe exactly the things you believe in, and then go into like a gratification bubble of people just saying yes, 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 and agreeing with you than ever before. Before the internet and social media and all that fucking shit, if you wanted friends, they had to live nearby you. And you had a really select few people to choose from. So that means that, yeah, you can't fucking agree with everything those people are saying. It's just physically impossible. So you had to be friends with people you disagreed with a lot, but you were still friends with them. Nowadays, people don't want confrontations. It's so much easier that, why should I be friends with Bob over there when I can go onto the internet and find someone that will tell me how smart and brilliant I am? Why should I be friends with Bob over there when I can go on the internet? And that is what people sadly are doing. They are finding other stupid people to be friends with. And then they all tell each other how smart they are and get a boner out of it. And then they go attack other people on the internet. That's why we have wokeism, social justice warrior, and all those fucking crazy movements we have at the moment. It's just stupid people that overdo it. You know. Yeah, I need a tinfoil. I actually made a video with a tinfoil hat so long ago. But yeah, I actually made a video wearing a tinfoil hat. I think it was one of the first. It's a really old one. I really remember me doing that. Yeah. Funny enough, Chris Titus Tech is actually the reason why I made this channel. Because I was fed up with how much bullshit he was spewing out there. This guy is really drinking the Kool-Aid also. He's really far up that penguin ass. Yeah, this is not going to get people to move to Linux, by the way. So tinfoil hat was around before the internet. It's a thing that started like many moons ago. There were actually people physically thinking that... I have a video about this movie here, this video here. Welcome to one of the most toxic Linux users you have ever seen. I actually have a video. The next video that comes up is about FOSS people. The next one is probably going to... So next week, not next week, but the week after that, I will upload maybe late next week, depending on... Because we're going into holidays, so I'm not that stressed out at work anymore because most people are not working. So I may upload 2 or 3 videos next week, but not the next video, but the video after that will be this video from... This dude is fucking... He's making great content. But I'm talking about this whole thing with like toxic Linux users and stuff like that. But yeah, he definitely go like... and he's a funny dude also. I can highly recommend watching him. You know. Oh, Faraday hat. Yeah, but back in the olden days, there were actually people thinking that other people or the government could read your mind. Mental Outlaw is the most batshit crazy person on the fucking... Along with Luke Smith, by the way. This dude here is also really good. Most Linux-only channels you should not watch. Like most Linux-only videos. I don't know who the fuck this is. GNU lectures. Oh my god, that in of itself sounds fucking batshit crazy. ETA Prime is also a good channel. But yeah. This dude here you should watch. Learn Linux TV. DJ Ware. Watch his shit. Tech Hot. Watch his shit. Yeah, I think, like, let's put in the channels you should watch. Learn Linux TV. Great channel. Watch that dude. If you really want to fucking learn shit, go watch DJ Ware. Like, he will give you a university fucking level knowledge put into your brain. Like, he's my fucking OG daddy. Oh. And Tech Hot just have like, I don't agree with a lot of the things he say, but he's level-headed. Like, he don't mind criticism, and he's also willing to explore that he may... You know, there may be alternative ways of doing things and stuff like that out there. Like, he drank a little bit of the Kool-Aid, but not so much of it. He's still kind of level-headed. And he has a magnificent beard, by the way, so who can say no to the beard? You know. Network Canucks is not a Linux-only channel. I'm talking about Linux-centered channels here. So, learn Linux TV, DJ Ware, and Tech Hot. Even though Tech Hot is moving a little bit more into the... Brian Lunduk is a batshit crazy motherfucker. So here's how long I've been using Linux. I used to listen to the Linux Action Show. That started in like... God knows when this started. 14 years ago or something like that. Probably longer than that. So this is how long I've been following Linux on fucking the internet. If not, well, longer. I've followed since the fucking YouTube started. Back then he was kinda okay. He was kinda okay. Kinda okay. He kinda lost it. This dude here, Ganya Bryant, or what the fuck his name is, run away from him. Run away from him. Luke Smith, Mental Outlaw, Ganya Bryant, DistroTube, Chris Titus Tech. Don't listen to anything they have to say about Linux. Nada. Those are on the naughty list. You know. I know they're all massive fucking popular channels, and that's because they know how to circle jerk the Linux stupid community and making them all horny and shit. But they have no fucking idea what they're talking about. At all. I'm not joking here. I have people come into my Discord that's been using Linux for like a few months. Being like, so I watched this YouTube of one of these guys and like, what they say makes no sense. I'm like, yeah, it don't. Yeah, but they told me to do this and this or blah, 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 and it just don't make any sense. I know. And I'm not talking about making small mistakes on how to install Firefox. It's just like over-promising or giving them false information where they start to research what they're talking about. I'm like, yeah, that's not how it is. Why did this YouTuber say this is how it is? When I look at the papers or the article, it's not like that. I'm like, yeah. Oh, who's the other guy that they blamed a fictional writer for his mistakes? People help me here. The guy that was selling merchandise from other companies without have asked for permission. Who the fuck was he? Is he still around? How is he? Come on, people, come on. You guys know who I'm talking about. And then in one video he's divorced, and another video he's laying in bed with his wife and explaining how amazing Linux is. Who the fuck was he? Who is he? I made a few reaction videos to him. Oh, and then he apparently, if you follow his timeline, he got divorced and had a wife like in the same week 5 times or something like it. Brian is cash grabbing, yeah. This dude here, I can't remember his name. He's not. Yeah, he's just as crazy. Who the fuck was that guy? He was the same guy that were pissed off because they not Mandriva, the who the fuck? What were they? The E-Boss. Yeah, there you go. E-Boss. Yeah, run away from that lunatic. Like, run the fuck away. But yeah, this channel here is a fucking amazing channel. You can actually learn a lot by watching this one here. And this is another thing I don't like about a lot of Linux YouTubers. They don't teach you usable skills. Your company that you're going to work for don't give a fuck about open source or owning your software or hardware or FOSS philosophies. They just care about how is this going to make me even more money or be better for the company. If it makes them more money and are better for the company and it makes sense, then they will care about it. But rarely do you see, you don't see DistroTube teaching you usable skills you can take and use at your IT job. The same with Luke Smith, Mental Outlaw. They are all preachers. They are all philosophers. They are all, I call them dick swingers or shit swingers or shit throwers. They seems to be people that needed something in their life to believe in. They found that in Linux and now they're being preachers about it. I keep joking around that at least they didn't find ISIS. I'm probably being, demonetized. Yeah, called is the right word, yeah. But they are one bad decision away of being an extremist, basically. Because they needed something bigger than them in their life to, Yeah, everyone uses cracked software. And here's the thing. Open source makes sense if the software or the tool set gives the company or whoever is using it what they want and need. But it's not a one-stop shop, you know. If it gives the organization, the company, the people what they need, it's a great alternative. It's a great tool, you know. And that's what, again, what the Linux cultists forget, is that it's not a either or. Linux and open source or FOSS or whatever you will call it needs to work in the world that we are living in, not in a world that we wish we lived in, you know. We use open source software at work. We were debating on setting a fucking Linux server up not long ago before we went with Azure. Because it's stupidly cheap. We haven't paid for it yet. and we are on the second month, or second and a half month, and we still haven't fucking paid any money for that server. And I'm like looking at the fucking projected payment, and the highest it went for a week was like $8. No, not even $8. It would be $1.50 because it was 8 crowns, about 8 crowns for a week. And we have one guy just doing thousands of calls, doing sometimes a day to that SQL server. Yeah, nobody wants to set up a SQL server if you can get it for like $1 a week. Like, come on. Like, yeah, no. But we were thinking about putting up like a Ubuntu server or Red Hat server or something like that. I was even looking into it and finding hardware for it, and then we're like, let's try this fucking Azure thingy. Because then I don't have to, you know, be on call all the time, and if hardware breaks, we don't have, it's not in our hands anymore, basically. I've installed Windows subsystem for Linux that I mess with. Like, you know, open source is not bad. It's just not the answer to everything. If you want a more developer-centric channel, this dude here is fucking amazing. This dude here is super amazing. He's more Mac-centric, but there's a lot of development put into this also. And he also talks about Linux and Windows, but mostly Mac-oriented, of course. And he's a cool cat. He's a little bit funny once in a while. Alex Siskind. I have no fucking yeah. He makes some really good content. And he seems to be kinda level-headed. Like, he will criticize the living shit out of Mac if there's a problem. I don't know who this TNU Lectures is. Oh, he's just a troll. Okay, gotcha. He's an actual programmer, yeah. Yeah. He knows what he's talking about. And he most of the time he actually buys the shit himself. So I don't know if he's self-employed or work for a company or what he does, but he knows a lot about what he's doing, yeah. He do a lot of full web stack development, I guess, or something like that. Mostly I see him mess around with like HTML, JavaScripting, Node.js, Node, Python, Xcode for some, of course, on Mac OS. I don't know if he's like a full stack developer for Mac OS or something like Xcode. I don't see him talk that much about app development, but I suspect that he's a full stack developer. Explaining computer is also kinda okay. He's a little bit hit and miss, because he makes great content, but then when he comes into the more opinionated pieces, he starts to lose me a little bit, because He's trying to sell an opinion as a fact. A little bit like Linux users do, where they think that they have the right opinion about everything. And that kind of rubs me a little bit the wrong way. But he is a good... It is a good place to get knowledge. Yeah. I do watch a lot of his videos. I just stay away from the more like opinionated videos. So if it's like a scientific factual video, I go for it. I watch them. If it's something that right now I'm watching a shit ton about Windows internals. Like Windows is so fucking complicated and can do so much shit people don't understand, man. Like Windows is huge. Like massive. And what I love about the Windows world, and this is going to sound fucking stupid, but I love that if you go into the Windows world, it's all about learning. It's all about getting shit done. That's all they care about. Getting shit fucking done. I just noted that scrolling is so bad on this machine, or on I don't know if it's KDE or Chrome on Linux or what it is, but it's not this janky on my fucking physical machine. But yeah, like, if I go into, like, if I do anything that's Mac or Windows related, it's all about getting shit done. They almost never do you hear any politics or philosophies or any of that fucking bullshit. They even bitch and moan about Windows and Mac OS, but they still are about getting shit done. Where if I go into the Linux world, it's like, if we get shit done, I'd rather talk about my political leanings and why this philosophy is better than that philosophy and why everyone should use open source. And hashtag, by the way, I've never worked an IT job in my whole life. I never done anything in my whole life other than watching YouTube videos. That's kind of the philosophy or mentality I get in the Linux circle. It's just a lot of people that watch a lot of shit that then think they know what they're talking about, telling everyone else how to live their life, instead of just getting shit done. Oh yeah, definitely, Wilson. Yeah, task scheduler. Yeah, that's actually... I never used it because I never had a need for it. I know it's there though. Actually, I think I've used it like a few times, but I don't use it professionally, and I've never used it for people I've helped out, and I don't use it at home at all. Because I do a lot of tasks manually on my own systems anyway. But yeah, it's interesting when you go behind the pretty face of Windows. Did you know that Windows was built to support compiling Unix code, and it just worked? So back in the 90s, when they started doing their whole APIs, like Windows-only APIs, they built into their OS kernel that you could compile Unix code to Windows, and it mostly just worked. You have to do really, really little customization for it. Because they didn't know if the Windows APIs would win over other people's APIs. They, of course, now taking that out. But like in the earlier versions of Windows, it was built into the kernel that you could just compile Unix code to the kernel and it will mostly just work. To me, that's like fucking hell, man. You know. I use it when I'm too lazy to build a proper schedule using pure Python. I will probably do it in Python though. I'm doing a lot of Python again because I built like 2 tools for Python for work. Actually, I built 3 tools now over the last 2 weeks. 3 tools in Python. And we are starting to figure out that Python is not that bad. It's not so slow that it's useless. And it's if you do it right, it's super stable. So it's fast and stable. Like, when I mean fast, it's fast to build, and it has a lot of support with libraries. And I'm using because this is something that's really fucking useful. So I'm using PyInstaller. So that would basically, like, you probably know this, but for the people that don't know what PyInstaller is, what PyInstaller does, it allows you to take your whole Python project, compile it into one file with Python, so you don't have to have Python installed to run that program on other computers. So, let's say you do a .NET application. You sometimes may need to install the .NET run libraries on the computer to run the program. Here, I don't know if you can do this in C# yet. You probably can, but here, with this tool here, it packages the libraries, the dependencies, and Python itself into one executable file. Yeah, probably Py2. Yeah, I've heard about that, but people recommend this a lot more, apparently. And we use this at work because we get one exe file. And I think you can do it with Mac and Linux also. And it's super fucking customizable. Granted, if you package your whole, environment, you get a big file. like just like with snap packages, app images, it's actually basically what this is, like a snap package or app image or Flatpak. When you bundle everything, you get a big file. But not a massive big file. It's not like thousands of gigabytes. Like, I think the tools we have are really simple tools, and they are like 10 to 14 megabytes. It don't take a lot of space. So I'm experimenting a lot with this here. I do have seen Py2X, but I just see a lot of people recommending this here. Yeah. Like, nowadays it don't matter, And also, who gives a fuck if the program is a little bit choppy? If all you have to do is just double click it and it runs. Because one of the reasons why I always was a little bit hesitant on telling people that we should not look into Python was because I did not want to, maintain Python environments on all the computers. Because that can get out of hand really fucking fast. Even if it's a virtual environment. But then I was looking into, Py2Exe, and then people were recommending this here. And I was like, this actually looks really fucking amazing. Again, it's probably not the best. It's definitely not the most streamlined one. It does take a lot of junk with it, basically. I think Py2Exe makes the finished product a way more streamlined. But until we can't use this anymore, it becomes a problem. I think we will just stick with this because it's super easy. Super easy to work with. Super easy. Where the other ones are more powerful, but they are a little bit more complicated. And this one here, like I said, what the fuck is it? It's so easy, Yeah, we were thinking about Dockers and all of that fucking shit also. VMs, yeah. Again, all the things we came up with would basically just be like overcomplicating a simple thing. And that's why I was looking into, Py2Exe and these kind of things here. I spent like a weekend day, like a Saturday, I was bored and I looked into, because it had, like, my thought pattern was that I am not the only one that would have that problem. So there will probably be someone that has made like a program that could package Python into one file. And of course, there's plenty of programs out there that do that. I'm using it for I have a weather app that I use that use the Danish Meteorological Institute, or what the fuck it's called, a website that gives me weather data because it's the most accurate for Denmark. The only issue I have is that sometimes it can trigger the Windows Defender. Yeah. It's called trolling. And also, I'm not shitting on Linux. I am debunking a lot of Linux bullshit. That's what I do on my channel. All of the bullshit that Linux users tell other people, that's what I'm debunking. And a lot of Linux users don't like that, because Linux users live in a fairy tale world that don't exist. I've been doing this for close to 30 years. I have over 20 years experience of helping people running Linux, moving to Linux. I have seen a lot of fucking shit. Well, Linux is not a desktop OS. Linux was not built as a desktop OS. We just made it into one. If you knew the history of Linux, you will know that. That don't mean that you can't use it. It's just a lot of people, they think that Linux was built to compete with Microsoft. No. Linux was built because of an Intel it was an Intel processor. And Linus couldn't afford Solaris. So he built his own Unix-like system to do development on. So technically, Linux was made as a workstation, not a desktop OS. There's a massive difference between how you run a workstation and a desktop OS. That's why Windows have a version called Windows Workstation. That's why Windows have a version called Windows Server. Windows have a version called Windows IoT. That's why if you go on to Fedora, they don't have a desktop version. They have a workstation. Because a workstation can be used as a desktop, but the primarily use case for a desktop is not being a generalized computing system, which is a desktop. Even though they call it the Linux Lean desktop, a workstation is not a desktop. So a workstation, it's kind of like in the word, is heavily catered towards development, infrastructure management, administration of services, and so on and so on. A desktop OS, the way that most people think about a desktop OS would be like Windows and Mac OS. It's basically a jack of all trades. It's a universal OS. It has to do a lot of things. So therefore, it's, the jack of all trades, the master of none. So that means that Windows, let's take Windows in this example, it has to be as good as a gaming system, as a video displaying system, as it is like a lightweight what the fuck was I thinking about? Development station, etc., etc., etc. But that's again, I have a video about this on my channel where there is a massive divide between how IT professionals talk about Linux and how Linux desktop users talk about Linux. Because if you go and talk to, again, there is an overlap, but most IT professionals that talk about Linux, they have a totally different version of Linux that they are talking about, even if they are using it at home on the desktop. The version that Linux desktop users are talking about is a lot of ifs, buts, maybes. So create, like, I talk to a lot of IT professionals. I've talked to administrators, developers, security experts, and all that fucking shit my whole life. They talk about Linux like I talk about Linux. Some people will love Linux. I work in IT, yeah. I've helped people with IT since I was 12 years old. Funny enough, this channel landed me an IT job. But yeah, I've been unofficially worked in IT since I was 12 years old. Officially, I've worked in IT for about 2 years. Close to 2 years. And in those 2 years, I've learned like 3 coding languages and all that kind of crazy shit. But anyway, what I do is I talk to people. I love talking to people about what they're doing, how they're using and stuff like that, because you cannot understand people and situation if you don't talk to them. So, an IT professional don't care much about this whole open source philosophy of owning your fucking shit and all of those. Danspølse, yeah. All of those things. They care about getting shit done. You know, they care about getting shit done. And they also understand that what I like is not applicable to what you like. A lot of Linux users, they have this philosophy that if I can use Linux, everyone can use Linux. You will not see an IT professional say that. A lot of Linux desktop users are so heavily into Richard Stallman's butthole that they have not seen daylight for the last 100 years. And they're eating everything up, he says. That guy, he's a brilliant guy, but he's also crazy. He don't care about your software. I have a video called either Linux versus the Free Software Foundation or Linux versus the Free Software Foundation. So a quote out of that video that this is just I just put together quotes that Linus Torvalds has said and quotes that Richard Stallman has said about the same stuff. I don't speak at all in that video. Richard Stallman don't care about how insecure, unstable, and bad your software is as long as it's a FOSS software. If it's a FOSS software, he wants you to run it. No matter how much it takes your data or how bad it is, how insecure it is, he don't care. Because as he say himself, he's a political activist. He's not a developer. Even though he does a lot of developing things. But he's a political activist. Linus don't like Richard Stallman. He don't like the Free Software Foundation. Linus is a little bit more what I would lean towards. He believes that people should be able to do whatever they want. And that also means not choosing the things I want to do. And people don't just want Google Chrome and word processing. And here's the thing. If you were right, they want Google Chrome and Microsoft Office word processing. How's that working for you on Linux, by the way? But yeah. Linus is a pragmatist. Richard Stallman is a philosopher at best. And a batshit crazy activist at worst. And the IT professionals, they are more in the Linus camp, where the desktop users are more in the Free Software Foundation / Richard Stallman camp. And they are the immutable OS thing. Not really, no. It's used for servers and stuff like. It's not for desktops, no, not at all. I just had a brain fart. The Linux desktop users is what I call them pseudo-intellectuals. Not that they are stupid. Well, we made a... well, technically they are. If the hypothesis is that most Linux users are conspiracy theorists, and most conspiracy theorists is below the average IQ. If you believe in that hypothesis, yeah, they may are. But let's get back into it here. Most Linux users are just a little tiny bit more knowledgeable about computers than the average Joe. But they find other people with that is also on their level, that then are being told by the Linux community that they are the brilliant people on earth, they've seen the light, they have made the right choice, and let's be honest, who don't want to hear that? I wish every time I wake up someone would tell me that. I can't, you're not a fat idiot, you're actually doing really great, you chose the right choice today, you're part of it. I wish someone would tell me that every time I woke up, but, you know, you're being reinforced in what you did is the right thing, and the pesky evil proprietary software and all of those things. It's a lie. So there have been many studies and white papers done into, let's say, open source versus proprietary software. There is no scientific provable entity that can prove that one is better than the other. They can't prove that. It all comes down to personal preference. Also, how good your software is, contrary to what Richard Stallman wants you to believe, depends on developers and not the license. You can have great proprietary code developers that do all the right things, it's the most secure and stable thing on earth, and they don't take any data and telemetry. As you can on open source. If you're going to follow the philosophy of the Free Software Foundation, that means that you can have the best open source software in the world, but the second it becomes proprietary, it's the worst software in the world. Just because of this, the notion that you can't see the source code. Which is, again, there have been studies in this. The only people that see the source code and do anything with it are developers. And out of all of them that are developers that are actually working on the projects. So it really has no tangible benefit. Are there projects out there that is mostly being developed by a community? Yes, but that's not the majority. If you don't think, I remember when I had a job where I was friends with an IT guy in there, and I had lunch with them in IT. And I was a good Linux user. Like, why the fuck are you not using Linux? Why is everyone running around and bitching and moaning about Windows? Why are we not moving to Linux? And I used all of those arguments, Caroline, that you will come with right now why Linux is better than Windows. And then the boss said, or the department has said, do you honestly think that we have not looked into that? Don't you know that if you could go up to the boss and say, hey, if we use Linux, we could save so much money, and you needed half the fucking development team. Do you not think we have thought about that? Because if we do that, next time there is a let's trimming the fat session in this company, we are saved. Because we just saved the company a shit ton of money. Anyone in IT, at least if you worked in IT the last 15 plus years, know about Linux. If you can tell your boss you can save them a shit ton of money, he's going to fucking suck you around like a nobody's business. He's probably sending you to Hawaii or something like that. A lot of desktop Linux users live in this weird fantasy that they think they're actually smarter than the IT world. The IT world know more about Linux and the current world situation than us pesky desktop users do. And IT people regularly evaluate if open source Linux blah 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 is going to work for the company, if it makes sense, if it saves them money, if it makes them more secure, if they can use the same tools to the same efficiency, etc, etc, etc. And that is the biggest difference between, or one of the biggest difference between IT professionals and desktop users, is that desktop users think they know what's going on. Professionals know what's going on. There are a few that overlap, But to overlap as a Linux user, you have to talk to a Windows user. If you want to know why someone is not using Linux, you have to talk to the Windows user. Linux users don't like doing that. You know, Linux users don't like talking to other people because they are challenging their viewpoint. You know, so if you want to know why is this company or this person not using Linux, you go and talk to them. And you may not agree with them, but you listen to them. You know, you listen to them. I used to, I say this a lot, I used to go into IT stores in my town and demand, I was a really Karen back then, or Kevin, or what you will call it. I would go into the computer store and I would say, where's your fucking sales chief for selling crappy laptops? I need to talk to him. Like, yeah, and why is there no Linux computers here? It's all fucking Windows and blah, 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 blah. I was that guy. And I listened to him, what he said. I used to be the most obnoxious Linux fan you could ever dream of. Me starting to talk to other people than other Linux users made me realize that I love Linux. I would prefer that, if I could, I would use Linux all the time. But I just can't. And I'm not willing to sacrifice a lot of things just, you know, just so I can say I run Linux. You have to generalize when you're talking about a generalized subject. So if you and I were talking one-on-one and we were talking about Linux, we would have a totally different conversation. I am talking to many people right now, you know, so I have to talk in a like, how is most people going to see this? How is this going to be for most people? You know, that's how, when I'm on live stream or in my videos, I can't have a one-on-one conversation with every single little viewer I have. As much as I like you all and appreciate you all, even the ones that disagree with me and hate me. I have to talk about the things like, how is the majority looking at things? And then you have to generalize to do that. The way I talk about Linux here, when I talk with Esnik or other Linux users, we have we will sit and yell and scream at Windows for hours. Like Carolina, I hope I'm saying your name correctly. If we were in a voice call, me and Lamer and Don and Chris, and it was only us and Wilson, we would sit here and say, Windows the worst fucking shit, man, and Bill Gates is sucking fucking polar bear cock in Antarctica or where the fuck it lives and stuff like that. Because it's only you and me talking. You know, us people, we are on the same level. We understand that, you know, I just generated a random name. Okay, but you get what I'm coming at here. It would be a totally different conversation because we all know that we like Linux. We all know that we have tried Linux, tried Windows. We are all people that have been there. But there are people watching videos this live stream that has not been there. And then you have the crazy Linux YouTubers out there over-promising, under-delivering, telling them a lot of bullshit. Like you said, like the argument, well, you just need Chrome and Word. That is true, that's what's being used the most. But they do other shit also. They probably have a job. What if they work from home? How easy is it to do the work from home via Linux? So when the whole pandemic and lockdown came about, a lot of people actually moved to Linux for a short while. But then this didn't work, this took too long, this was too unstable, you know, they moved back to Windows. It just gave them an overall better experience. It just gave them an overall better experience. You just generated a random name. Do you also use ChatGPT? I wish people stop using ChatGPT because it's basically just asking the internet. And if everyone starts to ask the internet or stop, or if everyone started to, I can't think. If Becky is live, she's about to be wifed up, by the way, Lamer. You have to be fast if you want a piece of that ass. She's planning her wedding right now. You need to be fast, man. I told her, I DM'd her the other day that you missed her. And she told me she was busy planning her wedding, so... You need to get that Lamar loop up and running and go at her, man. If you want a chance there. Where the fuck was I? Oh yeah, ChatGPT. So the way that those large language models are working is that they're using the internet as training data. But they can only use the internet as training data as long as people are actually putting content on the internet. If everyone stopped using Stack Overflow and all those fucking things, there would be no training data anymore. So... Oh, you are getting married. I got it. Yeah, but again, most users are not in school. The bad arguments that the video I made. Yes. Denmark. DK's Denmark. No, Carolina, there is a, it's an internal joke between me and Lema and Becky. So Lema is not getting married to Becky. She has a fiance in Belgium, I think they live. But it's just, we just joke around with that Lema and Becky are like online boyfriends and girlfriends or something like that. It's a joke we had on the live stream for over a year now. But it's the same argument that they come with, oh, Linux is great on a server, Linux is great on IoT devices. Yeah, and that makes sense if that was what I was running. You also have to remember a Chromebook only makes sense if you are heavily Google-centric. Most companies in Denmark and in the most of the world actually are still not Google-centric. And they are not even web-based. A lot of companies still... Companies are slow to adapt. Really slow to adapt. Way slower than schools and universities and stuff like that. And that means that if you're doing something at work, and you're working from home and blah, 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 your system needs to be compatible with the systems that are being used at work. And Linux don't have a lot of that software yet. May come, I don't know. Chromebooks, like I think Chromebooks is starting to become the most popular thing in schools at the moment, in Denmark at least. That and tablets. But you probably know, like me, that you rarely see a developer using a tablet. You rarely see a developer using a Chromebook. You know. Yeah. Denmark was really early on with the whole computer revolution thing. So in the 90s and early 2000s, the government had a plan or grant or what you will call it, where they would give companies money if they sold computers to their employees. So for like 2 or 3 years, you could buy a computer for half the price through your company. And the company in of itself, I think, got almost paid all of the money or close to all of the money by the government. Because the government wanted everyone to have a computer in their life. And we were talking the late 90s, early 2000s. And we were not talking, slow machines. They were like high-end machines. Caroline. So the company I works for, another company that I also have worked for, that those two company people know each other. The old company I worked for just last week or month moved away from DOS as an accounting system. Last week or month. Yeah, companies are slow to adopt, yeah. I've never used a Chromebook either, Wilson. But I don't do school or university either. I think the state is really fast with like Chromebooks though. I still think it's the company with the most Chromebooks, if I'm not mistaken. Good old Myrka. I've seen people try to install proper Linux on Chromebooks, and apparently that's a fucking mess. Yeah, so banks, the whole economy structure in the world is built up around Cobalt, the coding language Cobalt, which is a dead coding language. If you want to make a shite ton of money until you get all of that migrated over, learn Cobalt. Why do you need to screw them off to install Linux on it? Did you just change the SSD or something like that? Yeah, it's there's a lot of legacy software in the world. It's a mess. The world is a mess. The world is a mess. I wonder if I do this, does anything comes up? Oh yeah, now it's starting to populate because I've watched a few videos. Okay, so you did a NAND flash. Gotcha. So this dude here is testing Linux on ARM. Here. Wilson, go watch this video. It's Linux on ARM is a mess. Unless you're using a specific software configuration. So Linux on macOS or macOS on Apple Silicon is kind of okay. The Pine 64s are kind of okay. I think what the fuck is it called? Why can't I remember that distribution name right now? Manjaro has done a lot of work to get the Pine books and so on to work. But he tested out Linux on the Snapdragon chipset. And the Snapdragon chipset is not supported well on the Linux yet. And so basically what this comes down to is lack of developers. So this is how Linux used to be in the 90s. It would take 1 or 2 years before you got proper support for new hardware. Because ARM processors are still not widely accepted and used, you can probably expect that it will take about 1 year or 2 years before we get proper ARM support for, or Snapdragon ARM support. So yeah, Linux is slow to adapt. Linux is just slow in general. Oh yeah, Boogie got caught faking cancer. Fucking idiot. Oh, is PewDiePie getting another kid? Bad. What the fuck's going on with Norway? Oh yeah, Snapdragon makes good chipsets. It's just like we don't know how the whole Windows on it is going to go, and especially not Linux. No. It's not a matter of just compiling it. There's a lot of things, instructions, and so it's a massive, in-depth subject. He's quite popular, as you probably have, yeah. Yeah, you unless like I said in the beginning of the video, back in the 90s, Windows have built into their kernel so Unix code could be compiled to the Windows kernel and just work most of the time. But of course, they took that out when their own APIs started to take over the world, because they didn't know if the Unix APIs or the Windows APIs will win the API war. Casa OS, it don't ring a bell, to be honest. I messed around with so many distributions and OSs that yeah. A home so oh, I know what it is now. Yeah. I remember it. No, I've not messed with it. I know what with yeah. I know what it is now. I've talked about it with people before. I never used it. I never been into the whole server thing. I built NAS servers and that's it. I've never seen a need for having, home labs and all that stupid shit. It's not been for me. I think a lot of people do it so they can, look like they're more nerdy than they are, I guess. Yeah, most people should not be messing with servers, Unless it's, for educational purposes and stuff like that. You click on one Linux video and now your whole timeline is getting infested. Oh, end of the line. Squirrels! But you can get a Minecraft server for no money, man. Why I switched to Firefox? Who really gives a fuck about what browser people are using? Like, come on, is this the new thing? Don't tell me this is the new things in the Linux world. you are not in control of your computing. Like, if you have a phone, you're not in control of your computing. I was thinking about doing a Plex server or something like that. I feel like a lot of Linux content creators are like running out of content. I use between 2 and 3 browsers myself all the time. If you're doing any web development, you kind of have to. Oh, Linux stopped being innovated 15 years ago? Well, also, I have one browser I use for sensitive stuff, and then I have one browser I use for normal use, and then I have an ad blocking a browser I use for ad blocking stuff to mess around with it. Jellyfin, yeah. I had a what the fuck is it called? It was before Plex. Xbox Media Center or something like that. XMB or what the fuck it was called. I used that quite a lot. Cody? Maybe it was Cody. It could be. I can't remember it. I did that like many years ago before streaming services was like popular and all that shit. XV, yeah. That's the one. That's probably the one, yeah. That's probably the one I used, yeah. Yeah, XMBC, yeah. 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 Because I had a lot of, that's called alternative acquired content. Yeah, but I used it before it became Kodi. I think I used it a little bit when it was Kodi, but then Netflix become usable in Denmark, and you know, we basically got a lot of streaming services, so I didn't need it anymore. I never believed in piracy unless it was necessary. And when it didn't become necessary for me anymore, I did it the legal way. Like, we have to remember, we can't all live in chaos. Someone has... this is a thing I love to hear. Not hear, but I love to say once in a while. Because, like I said, most Linux people, they just want free shit. I said that before on the stream. Say it again. Most Linux people just want free shit. Hey, I'm good. But if it's free for you, someone else has paid for it. Always remember that. If it's free for you, someone else has paid for it. That always gives me a bad taste in my mouth. Because I don't want to be a leech. I don't want to live off other people's money. If the product is free, you are the product. Again, someone else has paid for it. In this case, you're paying for it. But yeah. But open source and Linux is built around communist Marxist principles. It is. And the reason why you can use Linux today is because a few people are spending a lot of money so you can use Linux. Who are those people? Massive multi-million dollar companies, billion-dollar companies. I do have a OneDrive account. I do have a when I pay for, is it 100 gigabytes for OneDrive, and I pay the 100 gigabyte for Google, because I have tablets and phones that's Android based and use that as a backup. I also have a 150 gigabyte Apple storage that I pay for, and all of those, like the Microsoft one. Here's how stupid it is. The Microsoft 100 gigabyte OneDrive, I pay 100 crowns a year for. 100 crowns a year for. The 100 gigabyte for Google Drive, I pay 17 crowns a month for. And I think I paid 10 crowns for the 50 gigabyte Apple Drive. I think I can live with that. I can live with that. Yeah, exactly. I pay about maybe a little bit more than $15 because of taxes, but yeah. I can live with that. Yeah, Linux is free if you don't value your time. There is some truth to that, yeah. But I also know that if I'm using any online services, like YouTube, and I don't pay for it, I also pay for YouTube Premium, by the way. If I don't want to pay for YouTube Premium, I don't use ad blockers. Because if everyone used adblock on YouTube, there would be no YouTube. If everyone pirated everything, there would be nothing made. If massive proprietary companies didn't pay a lot of developers to develop open source software and fund money into Linux, you will not have Linux. Linux is 95% sponsored by proprietary companies with a lot of money. You benefit from that. So, Carolina, sometimes, you know, at least in, like, I guess you live in Denmark, okay? And here in Denmark, we have a safety net. So we pay a lot of taxes. That means that if you are going through some shit, you know, like lose your job, you get sick and stuff like that, the government will help you out. And in those situations, it's in my opinion, because we are paying so high taxes, it's okay to lead, you know. What I don't like is people, you know, abusing the system because they are lazy and they don't want. But if you are going through hard shit and, you know, you need help, we have that here in Denmark because we pay high taxes. And that I'm fine with. I don't blame a single mother that can't find a job getting social security if she's doing everything she can to get a job. I think it's a massive great privilege that she has. And I think it's amazing that we as a society can pay so she can do that. If she's not misusing that trust. Or if you are sick, you go to the hospital. I don't mind paying for other people going to the hospital. Because one day I need that. One day I need that. And if I don't, I help someone else out. If I don't need that in my life, I have helped someone else out that needed it. Kind of makes me feel good, to be honest. I know it's stupid to think about feeling good by paying taxes, but if that's what they... Don't get me wrong, Denmark is wasting a shit ton of taxpayers' money on useless shit. They are. Don't get me wrong, we are not perfect here. But if that was, you know, if taxes was done properly, you should be feeling good about paying taxes. The problem is when the people in your country start to not being happy paying taxes, that's when you're doing something wrong. And I would say here in Denmark, we are leaning a little bit over to people are starting to get really unhappy with paying taxes. We used to be okay with it. Now we're starting to be a little bit pissed off about it. Because the governments are using that trust in the wrong places. But again, my brother just got a new fucking kidney and pancreas last month, and I helped pay for that. Had we not had the free hospital system we have in Denmark right now, he would be dead. I like it. Trust is key, yeah. And if the government loses trust in its people, that's really bad. I've had family members and friends that needed help with from the government, and I feel good. I have high blood pressure, and also we are not on that good terms. So we are not on that good terms. And he also needed a pancreas, and he wants to do both at the same time, and I can't give him both. I need my pancreas. But yeah, it's you should be happy to pay taxes because it's benefiting some other people, and it may benefit you. But again, most of the world right now, the whole tax thing is a little bit iffy. You know, manual web development. All of it is time waste. Who wants to do web development? Yeah, the UK, like after you guys left the EU, as much as I don't like the EU, yeah, I like that he got the help he needed. Because I know that if I need that help, it's out there. That's why I feel good about that it helped him. Because then if I need it or someone else needed it, it's there for them also. You know. They invented euros. Yeah, that's a fucking... Yeah, that's a whole fucking can of worms in of itself, you know. Oh yeah, GitHub owns Microsoft now. Yeah. So I when it comes to I do use ad blocking on obnoxious sites, and I use it at work. But I cannot, in good conscience, sit and have ads running on my videos, and then use ad blocking on other people's videos. That would make me a massive hypocrite. So I'm like, give me money, but don't give them money, basically. You know. Oh yeah, Brexit was so bad. And here's what I don't like about Brexit. The government lied to you. Or the people lied to you. A few people in the government lied to you. You know. Yeah, the older I get, the more I start to, you know, kind of want a universal currency. So money is always good, or currency is only always good for the rich countries. That's how it will always be like that. Yeah, the leaves on the bus goes round and round, yeah. Yeah. For as shitty as my channel is, I make between $40 and $60 a month on it. Pure ad revenue. If everyone was not using ad blockers or were premium subscribers, I would probably make $100 a month. It actually means a lot. I make no money at all on super chats. It's really rare I get a super chat. And I have a few members, but not many. 99% of my income is ad based. Oh yeah, ads on like news sites and stuff like that. I hate those also. Oh, thanks, Chris. Now I'm getting to shit my pants. By the way, I was not begging for money, by the way. I'm just saying it how it is, you know. But thanks a lot, man. There should come animations and stuff like that up. Is that plot? Oh, it's coffee. Oh, I could use a coffee right now. But yeah, thanks a lot. I don't know why there's this massive delay with it, but it will come. Nobody, Carolina, nobody likes that. Why is it not saying it? Oh my god, Laura is almost getting kicked out. So I may have turned off the sounds. But Laura is slowly getting chipped away. I miss Laura. She's making a lot of new shorts. It's actually really funny, some of them. Oh. I don't think anyone like ads, but it's a necessary evil. Again, if it's free, you are the product, you know. And again, there are people on YouTube that misuse the ad system. They put ads in every fucking 1 second or something like that. Plug the living shit out of those channels, okay? But honestly, if I only had to watch one ad in front of a YouTube video, I would gladly do that. The reason why ads has become so obnoxious on YouTube is because a lot of people use ad blockers. I have videos about this, and I got a lot of flack for saying this, but the only person ad blockers are hurting is you. Because when we get money, most of us, when we get money from YouTube, that goes into, well, our channel. So, the less money we get, the less cool shit we can do. The longer time it will take for an upgrade for the channel. Etc, etc, etc. You think with ad blocking that you're hurting the company, they can find a lot of other ways of making money. Trust me, they can. But I see a lot of people demanding YouTubers to review this thing, do this thing that cost money, and then use ad blockers. I'm like, well, what about just watching some ads so they can do those things? There's a reason why they don't do those things. They can't afford it. You know. Sponsored content is more tasty done, yeah. I do use YouTube Premium, yeah. I use YouTube enough that I can justify it. It is... Oh, they took away the student. Don't they have a student, like you can... go into YouTube Premium, I think you can get a student account. I think you can get a student account. Discount. In Denmark. Yeah, I think you can. But yeah, a lot of people misuse fucking ads on YouTube, yeah. Exactly, Don. Yeah, well... But then again, I get it, like... Students don't have a lot of money, I get it. Also, Caroline, how did you auto-generate your username? On ChatGPT, or did you just type some random name in? Oh, yeah, that's not a lot of money. No, you can link, Lamer. You are mod. Yeah, that's not a lot of money. That's not a lot of money. Also, I have an itchy eye. Oh wait, I can see channel activity. Lema can send links, yeah. Oh, that's cool. I can see everyone's chat history now. Holy fuck. But what link do you want, Lamer? What link should I send to her? I had some people linking other YouTubers' channels into my yeah. Yeah, I didn't read that name generator. I thought it didn't see you telling me which one it was. That's why I'm asking again. I totally read over it. Or I read it and just didn't, you know, take in the information. But yeah, a lot of Linux people will then come in and say, you know, link in like DistroTube videos and DistroTube's channel and Chris Ties Tech and Mental Outlaw and stuff like that, and basically promote their channel in my chat, so I had to take away links. And a lot of fucking porn, you know. Bots would like put in porn links. YouTube Premium in Denmark. We can look that up here if I'm not mistaken. Oh, you need to do like a... Oh, so there's no student like... I don't... There probably is no student discount. Okay, I've heard about those websites. I thought you were just using like a random, just normal name generator. Don't tell me you're a guy using a girl's name. That's a little bit pathetic. So here, you can get a student for 69 crowns. That's a... It is a real name, but it's a girl's name. So I have this one up here. Wait, I get a discount? No, I don't get a discount. Girl guy in real life, yeah. Hello, Spec. I know, but it's still like Caroline is a girl's name. I don't know. That's why I said I hope you're not one of those people that pretend to be a girl online. That I was saying that, like, I hope you are not one of those people that pretend to be a girl online. I'm just making fun of you. Oh, we have had a lot of girls in the chat before. But yeah, there's a student, but again, this probably is too much for you. If you're only getting 300 a month, or was it a week? Oh, I have tried. Oh. Oh, God. Girls get so pissy so fast nowadays. I know you did, Carolina. So, this is how bad gender discrimination is in Denmark. I hope this is not the case, but at the worst case, it's gender discrimination. We're going into the holidays, right? And I'm working with a girl. And she had to sit alone for about an hour, 2 to 3 times a week. And for 1 week or 2 weeks, depending on when the schedule is, she had to sit alone for 4 hours a day. So basically, she should not sit alone. So a manager came up to me and said, like, "Oh, it's only you two at the work or in that department, yeah? Can you move your schedule around so she did not have to sit alone and work extra hours? Because the poor little thing could not sit alone for an hour, 2 days or 3 days a week. She works 3 days a week, and one of the weeks it's not the same days." So I did that. But then she took a week off, and I'm now sitting alone for a week, and nobody asked if I'm okay with be sitting alone in the department. Nobody asked if I was okay with me being alone in the department. But if a girl had to sit alone, that's not fun. I don't mind it, but I just find it highly fucking weird. Hey, that's a smart fucking move. Smart move. The department I work in. The IT department. So next week, I'm all alone in that department. There's other people at work, but not in my department. And nobody asked if I was okay with me sitting alone. Yeah, we use Corona in Denmark, yeah. But a girl had to sit alone for 3 hours 1 week, and 5 or 6 hours another week, and then 3 hours. That was too much, apparently. And I couldn't stop laughing when I realized that. I hope it's just an oversight, and it's not that people are looking differently because one is a guy and one is a girl. It's kroner. Kroner. So it is basically a crown, yeah. And I've seen this in other companies also, other places I work. There is just girls typically. No, it's not like a cubicle. It is a physical office. It's an office. Oh, no, I'm not sitting on the floor. No. It's like an office. It's like an office. I should probably use the word office. Yeah, it's an office. But it's the IT department's office. IT/development department's office. And this has happened, like I was about to say, there is a massive difference in Denmark on how a girl is being treated versus how a guy is being treated. Girls just get treated preferably a lot of times. I haven't said anything to anyone because I don't give a fuck. Well, I haven't said anything to any managers. I did joke around with the people in the IT department about it, though. IT software departments. I'm like, this is a little bit funny thing I just realized, is that nobody gave a fuck about me sitting all alone in an office for a week, but a poor little thing could not sit alone. And this is not, again, this is not my co-worker that did this. This is management did it. It was management that did this. When I told my co-worker that, she was like, what the fuck is going on here? I don't know. And I told, I know you did not ask for this. I know it was management doing it, but I just found it funny. Yeah, hate hides its best. Probably, yeah. But yeah, that was a fun thing. Funny. So Carolina made the channel today. Probably to go and shitpost on my YouTube channel, I hope. Yeah, Wilson, take care, man. So here's the thing. I got asked to change my working hours before she told anyone that she went on a week vacation. Then the day after, she told me that she has told the boss that she was taking the week off. So they knew, or they thought she would be in there for 3 weeks. Now she's only being there for 2 weeks. And when she was being in there for 3 weeks, they asked me to move my schedule around. Then she went to the same person and said, I'm taking a week off. And the same person didn't tell me anything, if I was okay with sitting alone and stuff like that. She just gave her the week off. So I don't think it was an oversight. I think what I think it is that, again, treating girls differently than guys. That's what I think it is. Because nobody really thinks about that a guy can get bored. But a girl thinks about another girl being bored at work. Oh yeah, she's young. She's in her mid-20s. Yeah. I can see that. If a girl comes into a man-dominated world, it gets a little bit hectic. But I've noticed that a lot here in Denmark, that in a lot of working environments, especially office environments, girls just get so much like preference treatment. Unless you're like a construction worker, mechanic, like a blue-collar worker, which there's almost no girls at here in Denmark. We are getting a little bit more like electricians and painters and stuff like that. But the second you go into like office management and stuff like that, girls just have it so cozy in there, man. So that's a bad excuse. An 18-year-old can sit alone for a week. A 60-year-old can sit alone for a week. You're not more fragile in a company with other people. Like, there's other people that work in the company. If you need to talk to someone, you just go outside of your office and talk to someone. There's other people there. Like, I could understand, again, if everyone in the company was off. But then again, equality. We should treat everyone equally, right? I honestly do believe it's age. Or not age, gender. Because it happened before. Yeah, equality for girls and not for guys. Like, that's how it looks like, at least in Denmark. I have yet to see like someone advocating for more female soldiers. Because, oh my god, they can actually be shot. But we want more female CEOs. If you want equality, you want equality in the shitty jobs also. What is this? I haven't looked at... Oh, telephone. Oh, fucking... I almost got a job in one of these companies. Doing voice over IP with Linux. I've not seen any ads for female soldiers, no. Well, that's a lie. I've seen female soldiers in ads. But I've not seen any females advocating for more female soldiers. Like, I've not seen like a raging feminist go on Facebook and demand more female garbage collectors. Yeah, like train station, Facebook. I've seen females in ads, or women in ads, you know, in posters and stuff like that. But I've not seen, you know, a politician or and stuff like that coming out and advocating for more females, garbage collectors, plumbers, soldiers, and stuff like that. The only reason why they're there in the ads is because, well, we can't have only men there. That would be discrimination. But they don't want more female soldiers. They don't want more females in shitty jobs because it won't make them more money. I'm running... this is a VM, yeah. I'm using VirtualBox. I was... we had one girl in 3 platoons when I was in the army. And in another base I was at, there was a lot of female sergeants and stuff like that. It's not like they are not there. It's just that there's almost no one compared to men. Almost no one. And most of them are being... They are like... They had to themselves ask to get drafted or ask to get into the military. It's not like they're getting drafted or they're being told to sign up or something like that. They have to physically go and almost beg to get in. And then they have different requirements for females also. They don't have to do the same shit as men has to do. And I don't give a fuck. If a man has to do it, a girl has to do it, because we are talking about life or death. If you can't carry your soldier next to you out of a door, you are useless. I don't care. If you cannot help your fellow soldier, you're useless. And there are some guys that can't do that also, by the way. Windows, my whole system is Windows. But yeah, like the woman that was in I think it was the 1st platoon. She got beaten in almost any fucking thing that we did. And it was so bad that that platoon have to basically carry her around a lot of times. Way more than any of us. I got carried around sometimes if I got fucking winded with a gas mask on and stuff like that. But she was always the slowest. When we did first aid exercises, she barely fucking could do any of them. So that meant that if you were storming into a building and you got shot and you had her beside you, you were more or less dead. Because she could not help you out the door. Yeah, we have national service in Denmark, yeah. And that is because, you know... You cannot have equality. Equality is an illusion. You can have equality of opportunities, but you cannot have equality of outcomes. What people are trying to do today is having a 50-50 split. They want equality of outcome. That means that to have a 50-50 split, someone has to do a job they don't want to do, because then it can't be 50-50. Yeah, you want equality, but you didn't specify which equality you wanted. Don't make men to go on maternity unless they want to. That's how it is today, though. Like, you don't... today, if someone wants to go on maternity leave, it's up to the guy can do it, the girl can do it. It's been like that for God knows how many years now. Probably 2 decades or something like that. I actually think it's in the law now. The only thing they have not messed with is the drafting thing. I don't think they draft women. Yeah, some is equal. Everyone is equal. Some are more equal. Yeah, and here's the thing. The world is never going to be fair. It's just never going to be fair. We can never make a fair world. Sometimes, in some situations, someone will have a benefit. What we can't do is try and minimize that benefit. Or minimize those situations. So everyone has the same opportunities. Like, me and Carolina could go for a run today. She's probably in better shape than I am. You know? So should I get a first place for being a fat, lazy fuck? No. Okay, so what you want is equal opportunities, which we already have. Yeah, we already have equal opportunity in Denmark. Everyone can do there's no jobs you can't get or you can't train for as a girl or a guy. There's no jobs you can't get into as a guy or girl. It's just a matter of, do you want to? And of course, some jobs have some form of social pressure, you know. Girls typically are getting pressured more into like the nurturing, caring fields, where guys are more into the dangerous jobs. But if you can break away from those, which we should probably work on, of course, at least in Denmark, there's nothing that prevents you from doing anything. Heck, if you're a girl, you probably have like in educational places, girls do better than men in any form of education, on average. Yeah, obligations, yeah. Yeah, fire a woman, carry a man out of the building. It happens, there are some fucking strong girls out there, dude. Yeah, but that's not, we are talking about, you know, what you're born with between your legs, not your family situation. Because that's another debate / can of worms. You know, privilege versus non-privilege. Right now we're just talking about guy versus girl, basically. And at least in Denmark, no matter what you have between your legs, or what you identify as, you have the same opportunities like anyone else. Granted, rich people have it easier than... I think that's universal. And I don't think we can ever get away from that. Rich people will have an easier life. Just like handsome people will have an easier life. What does that mean? Money means nothing, says the rich people. Look is not everything, says the handsome people, and stuff like that, you know. I don't think we can get away with that 100%. Like I said, the world is never going to be fair. I know, Authentical, I know. That's another thing. We need to treat each other better, no matter who we are and what we are. I see people getting harassed for being girls all the time. You know, I've worked in places where there was a lot of females, and where for every guy there was like 5 or 6 females or women. They were fucking harassing the living shit out of us. Big time. Like, nice ass, slap on the butt, I could fuck you, and all of those fucking things. All of the things that guys say to girls, girls say to guys when they are in the majority. I've experienced it myself many times. And I've seen people experience it many times. It's just that we just need to fucking treat each other better. Yeah, but those people that work to get to where they are not the obnoxious ones. The obnoxious ones are the ones that are born into richdom. So, you know, their kids, their grandkids and stuff like that. People that work from nothing to get money, 9 out of 10 times are just like anyone else. Because they had to actually work for it. It's the people that are born into privilege that, you know, inherit privilege and stuff like that. Those are the obnoxious ones. Because they have not felt hardship. And they cannot associate with you. Someone that gets like, Carolina, what do you get? Like 200 crowns? You get 2,000 a month. Someone that gets like 10,000 crowns fucking, you know, pocket money from their dad or mom cannot associate with Carolina at all. It's so, you know, it's so out of their mind. They think they can. But they can't. But again, we will never have a fair world. We can do our best to make sure that we treat each other right and stuff like that, and educate people without preaching and forcing. There will always be someone that will have a privilege. There will always be someone, and that could be your sex, gender, call it what you will, that just give you an unfair advantage because of the way you're built. There are some guys that have an unnatural advantage over other guys in strength, athletic abilities and so on, because of their fucking DNA. What are we going to do about that? You know, like, we cannot have the world that the woke people want and all that shit, where everything is unicorns and rainbows and everyone is a fucking CEO and handsome as shit and get all the girls, boys, or trans, or fuck whoever the fuck you want to fuck. Never going to happen. Never going to happen. But it's a nice fantasy. You know, it's a nice... Again, it drives a little bit into the whole Linux thing. They are living in a fantasy world. Linux users are living in a fantasy world. And the internet has made it easy for people to live in a fantasy world. Because it's so easy to go onto the internet and only see how bad guys are to women. It's also so easy to go onto the internet, even YouTube shorts or Instagram shorts are also a good example of this, to only see how bad women are to guys. Because the algorithm is meant to feed you what you watch. So if you watch a lot of, let's say you just got dumped. Oh, fucking hell, I need someone that understands me. So you're watching shorts or videos about a lot of guys getting dumped. Then you start to see more and more of it. Then you start to, oh my god, everyone is treating guys like shit. Because The algorithms online are creating echo chambers. Because, oh, you like this, you must like... It's not like, oh, you watch like 2 hours of guys getting dumped. What about watching a wedding? Or what about watching, you know, someone proposing? What about watching someone going on a holiday? No, you're getting fed more dumping videos. You know. So, I have experienced this in my life. Someone that trains a lot can still be beaten out with someone with good genes. I've done that myself. When I worked out a lot, a guy was competing with me all the time, and he had to eat right, do a lot of fucking exercises, and he was stronger than me, but he was not bigger than me. And I barely had to do anything to grow. So I looked bigger than him, but he was a little bit stronger than me. So he started to take steroids and all that fucking shit to look bigger than me. I did 50% of what he did. I would call that unfair to him. That I could sit and eat pizza and, you know, basically do half the work he had to do. He was still stronger than me. So if we were competing on strength, he would win, yeah. But if I put the same effort in that he did, I would beat him. Easier. So yeah, if someone trains and someone don't, you know, for a marathon or something like that, the person that train a lot will probably win. But there are outliers. There are people out there, and it's not like... It's not few people. There are a good amount of people that just by nature have an unfair advantage when it comes to that, you know. You know. Some people just have to do less work. Again, learning. You say you are a student right now. Someone will have an easier time than you learning. That would be unfair to you, though. Why do you have to study harder than someone else? That also means that they probably get better opportunities because they probably get better grades than you. Or they can learn faster than you. What if you are one of those people that learn faster and better? Then you're being unfair to someone else. You know. Just from a nature standpoint, you cannot have a totally fair world. We can get, don't get me wrong, we can get really close. And a lot of it is just how we treat each other. But we also have to acknowledge that there are just some things where someone just have an unfair advantage. And it's how we deal with that. And I don't think we should punish people. Like, we should not punish smart people for being smart. We should not punish people with good genes for having good genes. By giving other people a boost or an unfair advantages. You know. Oh yeah, this is just basic nature. You know. What we can do is making sure that the ones that don't have the easiest time of it, the best genes, and so on, or are the smartest, that they have a easier time to catching up. You know, catching up. And there's a lot of stupid people that make a lot of money. There's a lot of stupid people or people that cheat that wins, you know. Everything is pretty fair, yeah. So a lot of definitions, and I hate being that guy, but a lot of definitions has been hijacked over the years by bad actors. Sad enough. Yeah, in Denmark we live in we have problems, but we live in we're probably living in one of the few countries where most things are fair. You know, it's a pretty good country to live in if you want equality, fairness, not so much judgment and so on. It still happens though. Again, we cannot have a unicorn world. You know, owning shit is not unfair, no. So you have to understand what a lot of the social movements want nowadays. They want high-paying, powerful jobs to be equal. Meaning that there is as many girls, guys, trans, all ethnicities that occupy those jobs. Because with them comes money and power. What they really want is money and power. They don't want equality or fairness. They want an easier way to get more money and power. That's what they want. Because if they want it to be equal, they would advocate for more, again, I keep going back to this example, but it's a good one. They would advocate for more female garbage collectors, female sewer fucking cleaners. They will advocate for more male nurses. They don't. They only advocate for, in quote, fairness and equality and all this shit in powerful positions. So what that should tell you, if you're observing and drawing in the data, that they only care about powerful positions that pay a lot of money. And they want to get there easy. They want an unfair advantage over guys because guys has representing that area for too long. But they don't think about that guys work more than girls do. Guys take more risks, and so on and so on. Where equal of opportunities take care of that. Because if you give everyone the same opportunity, then nature or people themselves will figure out what they want. And if you don't give people, or let me go, if you want everything to be split equally in the outcome, someone has to take a job they don't want because they were of this thing, this type, and there were already too many of this thing, that type in those job positions. You have to do something else. Because we can't have it look like it's overrepresented by a certain group. For one reason or another. We can't have too many of one group of people. So you that really are passionate about this job, we don't have a lot of garbage collectors, you have to go be a garbage collector. That was equally outcome is going to look like, which is what most people want. Because they want equal outcome in powerful positions. A lot of people don't want to have a public image with power and money. A lot of people. A lot of people. Because with a lot of power, money, and public image comes a lot of responsibilities and a lot of foresight. Let me tell you a little bit fact about just being me online. I have had stalkers, death threats for using Ubuntu. I don't know how many times I should have fucked my own mother. I can't count that. That's just for talking about Linux online. A lot of Linux users, they keep telling me this, like, Kent, you say you talk to those people. Why don't you get them to talk on your channel about what they are saying? Because we don't believe you. That's a good point. The problem is that nobody wants to speak about the things that I'm talking about online because of the Linux community. They basically don't want to deal with the fucking bullshit. Even though it will make them powerful to some degree, it will give them a public image. They could probably also make a shit ton of money off it. But they don't want to deal with the fucking craziness. Yeah, James, some countries have that and it's bullshit. You know? Yeah, social care is an underrated job, man. Like, I don't want to be a millionaire. So I calculate, when I was a kid, when I was like 10 years old, I made this calculation. So, granted, I haven't thought about inflation. I was not that smart back then. But, I was like, if I can get a job that makes me about... Oh, I have to calculate in my head now. I would say... Oh, what would it be? $4,000 a month. $4,000 a month. I would be happy. I would be content. I would be living a happy life if I could get like $4,000 when taxes are paid and everything. Like that's what was in my bank account. $3,000 to $4,000. That was in my bank account each month. No, like every taxes and everything is paid. That will make me the happiest guy ever. I can do whatever I want with those money. Would I say no to having $10,000 in the bank account? No. But I don't need more than that. I don't need more than $3,000 to $4,000. Would I say no if there was $100,000 in my bank account each month? No. But I could live, you know. There is the term of diminishing return. So money, if people say money is not everything and money don't matter, bullshit. At some point, money starts to not matter. But up till a certain degree, money matters a lot. Yeah, exactly, Carolina. 20,000 to 30,000 was like the sweet spot for me. If I get that paid out each month, I'll be a happy guy. Exactly, that's what I came up to. But again, I made that calculation when I was like 10 years old or something like that. To some degree, you know, at some point you reach where you don't have to think about money anymore. That's the sweet spot. And after that, money don't matter anymore. But up till you get to the point where you don't have to think about money for bills and all of that, basically you're getting fuck you money. You're getting money you can wipe your ass with and not care. When you get to that point... No. That's for paying rent and groceries and stuff like that. That again, I made this calculation when I was 10 years old, so today it would probably be 30,000+ crowns. But you know, that was when all taxes were paid, only taxes, not groceries and rent. If I get like 3,000 to 4,000 crowns or dollars to live off, rent, internet, groceries, I would be happy. I would be happy. Because I can buy everything I want, more or less. Or it would take me 1 or 2 months to save up for anything I wanted. But that's just me. I don't have, like, I live in a 1-room apartment. You know, like, I don't need much. Someone would be like, for me, fuck you money would be living in a ranch, having animals, 5 dogs, 10 wives or husbands, or both, you know, having a yacht, going on vacations for 6 months. So they need a shit ton more money than I do. Not everyone wants to be a billionaire. Because, trust me, having a lot of money gives you a lot of fucking headache. The bank starts to call you all the time. Do you want to invest in this? You get other investment brokers trying to hit you up, and family members starts to become only interested in your money. You don't know who the fuck your friends are anymore. Because do they want money or do they want to be your friend? Dating? Fuck that. Is it someone that wants a sugar daddy or do they fucking care about you? That's why you see a lot of rich and powerful people. They tend to live alone if they didn't become rich and powerful with someone. Because all of that fucking shit is just becoming a minefield in of its own. You know, it's a mess. It's a mess. I've had some good paying jobs. Not like, you know, fuck you money good paying jobs, but I made more money than most people that I knew. Or close to it. And when girls figured that one out, oh, I was really handsome. Really handsome, apparently. When I paid for drinks and stuff like that, oh, I was the best friend ever, man. Yeah, don't tell anyone how much money you have. Yeah. But here's the thing: a lot of people, they live. You know, you see that. You see that in their lifestyle. They buy expensive shit, basically. Yeah, I wish I should start to invest. I played a lot of those investment games, and I tend to earn a lot of money on them. So I was betting on real stocks with fake money, basically. No, Carolina, sadly not. It's still a dream of mine. It's still a dream of mine. It's still a dream of mine. But I was not close to it, but I was working my way up to it. But then I got depression, anxiety took over. I found out I was autistic. My whole life just basically went to shit for like 10 years. And I'm basically starting all over now. I'm more or less starting all over now. But I was working towards it, yeah. That was my goal as a kid. Find a job where I could comfortably work my way up to getting to that point. But then life, you know, it throws you a shit bone sometimes. When I was really sick, I thought YouTube could be that. You know what like government assistant is in Denmark, Carolina, and I was happy with that. Again, I don't need much. As long as I can get food on the table and I can buy a little bit of nice things here and there, even though they're not expensive nice things, I'm kind of happy. You know. I'm kind of happy. Of course, I wish I could get more, but to be honest, I'd rather just have better friends than have more money. Like, if you told me that you can keep government assistance, but you will have an amazing girlfriend and amazing friends, but you still have government assistance. I will take the government assistance every day. Versus you saying that you can get those 30,000 and you have no girlfriend and no friends. Because I do believe I do believe before I die, I will get close to that amount of money. Even if it's only for a year or a month. I will get close to living a really comfortable life. You can't find friends and spouses that easy. I hope this makes sense. You know, I hope that makes sense. Yeah, I've been, like, when I played those stock games, I did invest a lot of money in crypto. And made a lot of money off them. So Bitcoin, Ethereum, or Lithium, what the fuck it's called, and some other ones. I should get, because I have the money I can set aside for it, but I'm buying shit I want instead. Because I'm single, I have no kids, I have a one-room apartment, so I don't have any, I don't have anyone that depends on my income, other than myself. So I tend to be a little bit too wasteful with my money, and I should be better at it, to be honest. So I've been thinking a lot about going in to do some investments again. Or I do it for real. It's just hard to know what sites to use, because there's a lot of scamming sites out there, sadly enough. You know. Yeah, but you really realize, like, I'll not say the older you get, but when you had a comfortable amount of money, you you then realize how little it actually matters towards happiness. Yeah, that's what. So I want to do it to save up for, like, either early retirement, even though I think I will work to the day I drop, because I need to work. That's why I'm live streaming today, you know. I needed something to do. I need to have something to do all the time. But it would be nice to have, money aside to, if, for God's sake, someone can fucking stand me for more than 5 minutes. I could go out, take people out for dinners or trips or something like that. It would be nice that you could do nice things for other people. And that's kind of why I wanted to invest a little bit. So I could do something nice for myself and maybe some other people. I know it sounds stupid, but when I see those, where people donate a shit ton of money to random live streamers that have like one viewer, I always wish I could do that. My biggest dream when I started live streaming and had my gaming channel and all that fucking shit, I honestly wanted to become big so I could make money. So I once in a while could go to those like small little streamers or YouTube content creators and then donate them $1,000. Because I know how much that means to people like that. I still to this day wish I could do that. I wish I made enough money off YouTube that I could live stream once a week or something like that. Or maybe once a month or every 6 months. But once in a while, go and donate a shit ton of money or some money to a random fucking person to just sit there and are grinding away. Because this is probably one of the most underappreciated things you could do on Earth. Because everyone is judging you. Everyone is looking for flaw in your armors. Everyone wants to debate you. Everyone thinks they're smarter than you. But that's what comes with the territory. Like I said, I've been stalked for shit-talking Linux. I had someone threaten me because he saw I was using Ubuntu. Like, threaten and stalking me. You need to be a little bit crazy to do this fucking shit. So if I could give back to people like that, that would be fucking amazing. That's when you get fuck you money. Or throw away money, or what you would call it. Yeah, it's money is a fun thing, man. Because if you think about it, money is time. That's why we have money. It's a value on your time that you get paid that you can use on other things, so you can get goods and services. But how you get the money is all about how valuable your time is. How valuable is 1 hour, 2 hours a week of your time? That's the real currency. It's time. So it's all about making sure that your time is as valuable as possible. Because then you will get paid more, then you can do more shit. Get more shit. Have more fun. But a lot of people are focusing too much on getting the money and just having the money instead of like, well, to get the money, you need to be valuable. And that means that you have to put in a lot of hard work in the beginning. You have to suck a little bit up to whoever, can help you boost your valuableness. So don't sleep around and stuff like. But like, say yes to things you normally would not say yes to. Extra hours, doing a shitty job if that puts you in a more, better quiz with the management or something like that. Choose your battles. Choose them wisely. Because in the end, they don't care about you and you should not care about them. Because no matter how good friends you are with your bosses and all that fucking shit, every time they see you, they see loss of money. That's how they look at anyone. I won't believe that that's not the case. Because the second they need to fire someone, you may not be the first, but if needed, they will fucking fire you, or at least ask you to go down in money. How much you get paid per hour. They really don't care. So if you can get like independent wealth, where you're not depending on other people, that's where the 30,000 crowns or $3,000 to $4,000 come into play. If I on my own can make that amount of money, that would be perfect. Or I can get a job that will make me that kind of money, because then I can save up a lot of money. I have hired and fired some of my closest friends. I have begged someone to hire a friend for him to get fired 6 months later. And they didn't give a fuck. When everything is fine, everything is going well, they are your biggest fucking friend. I keep telling this to people. I see a lot of people coming sick to work and stuff like, why the fuck are you? No, but you are not getting a raise because you were here sick at work. You are not getting a raise for that. If you think you're getting a raise because you put in more hours, it's a good bargaining chip, but it's not guaranteed. If they don't like you and they like someone better than you, they're giving that person that raise. In the end, and it sounds stupid, but you have to be that. If you really want, to do it the right way, you have to suck up to them. You have to fucking lick their boots. That's the easiest and best way to get where you want to go. Or make sure that the company cannot live without you. But then you also will become massively stressed out. Because then you have a shit ton of responsibility on your shoulders. Because there is always someone out there that is willing to work your job for cheaper and that is better and smarter than you. You just have to give them an excuse not to look for that person. There's no job that's guaranteed unless you are the fucking owner or boss of that job. And then it's still not guaranteed because you can go under the next day if the market crashes or something like that. So if you want more raise, make sure you do a fucking good job. And make sure that your bosses know that you're doing a good job. And ask your bosses for more money. If not, then make sure that other companies know that you're doing a good job. And let your boss know that other companies are interested in your amazingly good job. Because then they will pay you more money to stay. You have to be a bitch, man. Because they only care about themselves and their company. And they will pay you more if they think you're going to leave, but only to a certain degree. Of course, some bosses are better than others, you know. Some will go the extra mile, but only to a certain degree. Because if it is a matter of them having their company tomorrow or kicking you to the curb, they will kick you to the curb. Like I said in the beginning of the stream, was it, you know, I have an iPhone 14 Pro. People are only nice and charitable when they have no concerns. When all their basic needs are met. They don't have to think about paying the bills. They don't have to think about sickness and stuff like that. They don't have to think about getting the next meal. But if that gets threatened, everyone thinks about themselves. You can get so many... I've seen it. I've seen it before. People getting bonuses after bonuses, and then we're in a financial decline, you know. Damn it, what do we do? Oh, shit. Spent too much money, man. Hey, Joe, can you go down in time? No. Can you go down in salary? No. I have to fire you then. And like months before, weeks before, years before, this Joe guy was being praised as the fucking savior of the company. What kind of iPhone do you have? You were saying that you had a part-time job. What are you doing as a part-time job now that I'm being really nosy, by the way? Because there's not many student jobs in Denmark anymore. Other than gas stations and burger joints and stuff like that. Like, we have quite a few students at where I work, in some of the departments. But it's boring ass work, man. So boring. It's so boring. I would not do that if my life depended... Well, I probably would if my life depended on it, but... Oh, 4S. I actually like that phone. No, people don't want to be bad people. Don't give me a retail store. Oh yeah, that's... Yeah, I can see that, yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, of course nobody wants to be a bad person. But people are willing to be a bad person if they have to. Yeah, I get what you're coming at. Oh, so you're dealing with customers all for... Oh my god, I would be going mental if I had to do that. Is it like a clothing store? Or is it like a... you know, like a convenience store? It's not funny to manage people. It's rewarding. It's interesting. But you have to do a lot of shit that's not fun. You know. So is it like Lidl, Aldi, Rema 1000, Coop and stuff like that? That would be a convenience store. If it's a Quickly, Bilka, Føtex, that would be a mall not superstore, but yeah, okay, so you're working in a convenience store then. That's actually a typical job now I'm thinking about it, yeah. Oh yeah, some people want to be bad, yeah. But when you think about it, to some degree, it's a survival mechanism. Because we do need those bad people, you know. That's why a lot of CEOs, you know, they are sociopath or psychopath. Because they are willingly firing people without thinking about how it impacts their life. But the second you're managing other people, even if it's just one person, it can be really tough, man. It as fun and rewarding as it is, there are days where you just want to fucking hide in a corner and wish you were just a fucking plumber or something like that. Yeah, stupid people. Yeah. That's universal, man. You have to deal with stupid people your whole life. That's yeah. Sadly enough, that's you never have to stop dealing with that. And yeah, most customers keep for themselves, I get it. But I've known a lot of girls of my girlfriends of mine that worked in like clothes stores and stuff like that, and oh my god, those fucking soccer moms coming in there can be obnoxious. So that's why I was asking if you were working in a clothes store, because everyone I know that worked at a clothes store hated it. Yeah, again, stupidity is a human condition, I guess. But yeah, I oh, my brother works at the local Coop also. I shop a lot there. And where I live is also kind of small town. It's not super small, but it's still regarded as, you know, a smallish town. I just feel like the quality, at least the shop that I go to, the quality of that company has just went downhill fast, man. But they do have a lot of students where I shop. And they all look like they don't want to be there. Well, not all of them, but a lot of them do. Sønderborg. So close to Fyn. But yeah, it's like close to the German border. Originally, I'm from Slagelse. Then I moved over and was living near Esbjerg for up to 5th grade. And then I moved down here in 5th grade and been here ever since. I've been to Odense quite a few times, to be honest. But yeah, we get a lot of Germans up here in the summertime. Weirdly enough, we haven't seen many, but also we haven't had any fucking summer in Denmark. Like, it's been so stupid, the weather. We had one day over 26 degrees or something like that. And now it's like fall weather or something like that. It's super stupid. How the fuck does he do that? Oh, I'm getting hungry now looking at that. I love warm weather. I am one of those weird ass people that have it best the warmer it is. No. Oh, Sjælland, so you were living in my birth area then. So we are almost like country fellows. I have all my family on Sjælland. They all live near Slagelse and Høng and stuff like that. Yeah, you have to embrace the cold in Denmark, yeah. Yeah, but James, Spain, like you have like a dry heat, right? Dry heat is kind of good, but Don, we do have German as one of the main languages you can learn here, but most people would be speaking Danish or English. Like English is almost like the second language, and then some people do German and some people do French, and a few people do Spanish. What got you interested in all this computing shit, Caroline? I don't know, but every time I hear it, I get this sound like Sweet Carolina in my head every time I say your name. It's so fucking irritating. You need to auto-generate your name to something else. Also, why did you make us a throwaway account to comment on YouTube videos? I never understood that. I find that a little bit like pussy-like. Like, stand behind what you have to say, you know, like. It's like shitting on someone's doorstep and running away and then be, oh, I've never been here. Nope. Oh, what got me into it? I just had a flair for it. I was helping, you know, the IT people at school doing shit, and it just... I just found it easy. And then someone exposed me to Linux, and that came kinda easy to me. Of course I like the whole thing that I don't have to deal with so many humans. But it's just natural. I get it. You know. Yeah, Hot and Human is not funny. Neil Diamond, that's the one, yeah. A lot of people from our neck of the woods are moving to Spain, yeah. Yeah, and here's the thing, like, you don't have a non-Google burner Google account, but your YouTube account is made this day, though, right? Because it says it joined the 13th of July 2024. I just wonder what made you... Like... Yeah, a couple of hours ago, yeah. So have you watched a lot of YouTube? Do you have another account? You know, like, I'm just curious. It's just, I just find it really strange why people do this kind of things. You know, like, why they need, like, other accounts and stuff like that. That I know. So this is your only YouTube account? Now I feel kind of honored that you're commenting on my video then. No other account that you know the account for. Okay. No, again, I'm just curious because I see a lot of people come in here with like throwaway accounts, making, you know, statements and want to debate and all that shit, and they don't stand by who they are, you know, like it's like I'm debating or talking to like a random fucking nobody, basically. And I always felt that a little bit childish and a little bit like, if you have something to say, stand by what you have to say. I will respect that way more, even if I don't agree with you, than someone having a random username with a random account they just made just to come in and be a shit talker and know it all and stuff like that. Like, I can respect people standing behind what they believe in, even though I may think they're batshit crazy. But at least they're standing behind it. You know, it gives a little bit of, like, realness to it, so to speak. For 16k of memory, yeah. Oh, so a Commodore 64 then. Yeah, I briefly messed with those. No, James, no, they don't. Oh, it's beer o'clock. Go get a beer, man. No, they don't. No, they don't. They really don't. It's because they are pussies. I'm sorry to say, but it is. They want to be tough and stand behind, you know, they want to play tough, but they don't want to stand behind it, which makes them pussies. Yeah, bottoms. Oh, I could really use a beer. I rarely drink it anymore, though. Oh, ZX Spectrum. Holy shit. So, someone bought one of those at work. Holy fuck. I forgot how small they are. I've seen them before, but like they are really tiny. Okay, so you're misunderstanding me. It don't have to be your real name. It just has to be a real account. So, if I see someone that has like no profile picture and then just random letter, you know, those YouTube auto-generated kind of things behind it, I can't take them seriously. If at least you're using like, well, my name is my real name, but I used to go by KLJ Mad Dog back in the day. You know, if people do that or they're using other names, you know, that's fine. It's just, you know, no profile picture, random ass, you know, chipper's name. I'm like, yeah, I can't take you seriously. But if you have like a, you know, a tag you want to be called by, that's fine. Or use a avatar. So if people don't have an avatar and they have like one of those YouTube auto-generated names, I'm almost right away just like, yeah, this is a throwaway account for someone that wants to play smart. But if at least they have a name, it don't have to be their real name, but just a name or a tag, I will start to take it a little bit more seriously. And if they on top of that put a profile picture on, well, at least they went through the effort to put a profile picture on, so I will take them even more seriously, if you get what I'm coming at. Until I know the person, of course. But if someone just comes into the channel and spew random fucking shit and they have no profile picture, a random ass name, auto-generated from YouTube, I almost all right away just say, yeah, it's just I wanna be tough idiot. Yeah, I do get a few bots in here also, man. But like, Caroline Østergaard, it's a real name, even though it's auto-generated. You went through the effort to put in a tag, you know. I have nothing against throwaway accounts as long as they are behaving as normal people. Again, what I'm saying is a lot of people, they make a random account on YouTube and then they go in and play tough people on comment sections and throw shit around like they own the place and they're the smartest people on earth. That's what I have a problem with. At least if you have to do that, stand by who you are. You know, stand by who you are. You know, I don't care if it's like your third or fifth account. Stand by who you are. If you want to engage in conversation, stand by who you are. Or else it's useless. You will not like if someone came up to you at the store and just randomly told you all kind of crazy fucking bullshit and then left again. And they had like a fucking gimp suit on so you couldn't see who they are. Yeah, you are pretty simple. It's nothing against you. It's nothing against you. But I just asked why you did it because I didn't know if you had like another account and I would be fine with that. It's totally fine. It's just that a lot of people do that. So that's why I ask questions to validate, you know, who are you? Are you a real person? Are you a troll? You know, are you obnoxious Linux user? Like, I've loved the conversations we have had. They are amazing. Even though it's not your real name. But you don't come across like a know-it-all shithead. You know, you don't shitpost, basically. But that's why I ask a lot of people, if I don't know them, or they have weird-ass names, I'm like, okay, why is your account the way it is? That's why I looked up your account to see when it was created. A lot of people will create an account because I banned them. So they will create a new account and they will put in a random name. And they will come back and shitpost. Again, it's one of the necessary evils of doing this thing is you start to become really distrusting in people, sadly enough. Because for every you that's out there, there is a lot of obnoxious people. Well, if you are acting like an obnoxious Linux user, I will call you an obnoxious Linux user. That's one thing you get with me. I'm consistent, I hope, a lot, and I'm honest to a certain degree. Of course, I won't, you know, say shit to you just to hurt you, you know. Heck, I don't know if we can call it directly groupthink, but you get what I'm calling. Yeah, I know where you're coming from. Yeah. That's great, and I like that. I can respect that. And again, I have no issues with you. I have no issue with you. I actually like talking to a fellow Dane for once. Even though you are pesky sjællænder. I'm one too, so I can't even make fun of sjællænder. You seem cool. You seem smart. I have no issue with you whatsoever. Like, I rarely have issue with people. It's almost always people that make me want to have issues with them. They do something or say something or treat someone in a way that makes me not like them. No. We have a few. We have people from Sweden, Norway, Finland and stuff like that. Germany. But not that many Dane, no. Oh, thank you, man. I do, of course, everything in moderations, okay? Like, don't tell your girlfriend she has a fat ass if you ask her if she has a fat ass. Trust me. I've done that. Won't fucking work. Okay? Like, even if you ask her, do you want me to be honest? Yeah, tell her she has the sexiest ass ever if she asks you if she looks fat in that dress. Okay? Because that's the fastest way of being single, by the way. So, of course, everything in moderation, but I do believe that honesty is the best way. Even if you're not right, if you are honest, then people know where the fuck you're standing. And it's also easier to then either convince you to look at things the other way, or you get what I'm coming at here, you know. Almost no one. I don't look at my statistics while I'm live streaming, but most of my viewers in general is from the States and mainland Europe. I think Denmark is like really, really low. Hey, Aura. Yeah, I'm on Kubuntu right now, just testing it out. And a fun thing is, not even 1% of my fucking viewers are female. And I have like 0.0 something % of non-disclosable, or what they're calling it. You know. I think I can look it up now. Can't I? I think I can. Just give me a second here. Apparently Ubuntu is not using Plasma 6, so I've not tried it yet. Analytics, I think I need to go into. Audience. I heavily moderate my comments, so I'm not getting so many stupid ones anymore. Okay, so the last 28 days is the United States, India, Germany, United Kingdom, and Brazil. Canada, Australia, Poland, Russia, Netherlands, Sweden, Spain, Indonesia, France, Italy, Finland, Romania, Turkey, Norway, Mexico, Philippines, and Denmark. Denmark is 0.5%. Yeah, and that's because nerds don't know how to talk to girls. I'm sorry to say it. Like, when I sit with my fellow IT people / developers at work, and I'm like, I am so glad that I spent most of my life working in non-nerdy jobs. Because at least I know how to fucking talk to a girl. Like, when I see a hot girl coming into our office, they almost all of them fucking come in their faces just from flutterness of seeing them. So, the female statistics have gone up. That must be all you, Carolina, then. So, female, 1.5%. Male, 98.5%. I used to have specified. That used to be like 0.5 or something like that. The biggest demographic is 25 to 34 years old. The second biggest is 18 to 24. The third is 24 to 44. Oh, Carolina. So, nerds watch a lot of videos, movies, and they think that the way that you talk to a girl, like in the Big Bang Theory, is how you talk to a girl in real life. They are like, hello, my lady, top of the morning, Toya. And then they become overly attached to them, and to the point of being creepy. They do everything they say and laugh at all their jokes, and Oh, I need to take you with me to work one day then. 45 to 54 is 12%. 55 to 64 is 5.4. 65 plus is 2.3%. Oh, I was so obnoxious, dude. I was so obnoxious. Like, when I think back to how I was back then, I want to punch myself in the face. Yeah, but it's a lot of nerds have never really. So please don't take this like too hard. But a lot of younger people, like if you are 25 and under, maybe 30 and under, most of nerds of that generation, most of their human interaction is from school, teachers, and the internet, mostly from the internet. And we can all agree that the way people are on the internet is definitely not how they are in real life. I think we can all agree on that, no matter how old you are. So imagine young adults' perception of the world is through the internet mostly. Well, they're going to act like they're on 4chan. It's sad, but it's true. You know, I've seen nerds fall in love with a girl that smiled at them because she looked at that general direction. That was all it took. And that person could not work for weeks because of that. She looked at me, she winked. No. She may have stared at the fucking door or something like she has a boyfriend. She's not interested. But what if this is not a romantic comedy, okay? She's not dumping her boyfriend because you looked at her and she smiled and now you're forever together. No. First of all, you need to shower, but no. You know, like, yeah, no. It's not like one of the Netflix specials that you see and no. Like, fucking hell, man. If you are a guy, the biggest thing you can do for yourself when you are like a teenager and stuff like that, get some form of hobby where you're around other people. Yeah, it's lack of exposure, basically, yeah. But play football, soccer, do some martial arts, do something where you're around other people. It will help you so fucking much later in life. Because the more that you isolate, the less easier it becomes. So I was talking to someone and he was so like, I can't find a girlfriend. And I'm like, what do you do? Well, I work. Yeah, you don't find your spouses at work. It rarely works. Yeah, I know that. What do you do after work? Well, I go home and do gaming or nerding shit and stuff like that. So you are only talking to co-workers and then you're basically only talking to people that you have no chance of getting romantically involved with. Or at least it's super slow. Because who is going to move? When are we going to move? You know? And I had to explain to this person, well, if you really want a girlfriend, you need to go out and be around other people. You know, go where they are. Go to a club, I don't fucking know. Go do something. You know, you're not getting exposed. Or let me put it this way, other people are not going to see how awesome you are if you're sitting alone, home, grinding World of Warcraft. Like, it's not like a fucking mage is running out of the fucking woodwork in DMs and be like, Matt, my hero, me like you long time, please DM me. You know, that's again, we're not living in a fucking fairy tale that you see on Netflix. Have people met each other online? Yeah, someone I used to game a lot with a few years ago, I'm married. They met each other in World of Warcraft. It can happen. I've known people that have been YouTubers that have found their forever ever person via YouTube. It can happen. But it's super rare. But people don't want to go out and be social, and they can't understand why they are alone and can't find anyone. Like, you need to fucking, you need to get that fucking ass out of the door. Like, you get out there, man. Yeah, mainly man role-playing like girls, exactly, yeah. Like, again, people ask me if I'm lonely and being single. So no, because again, I'm autistic, so my connection to people are weird. But I know why I don't have a girlfriend. Again, I don't go out where the girls are. I sit here, I do nerdy shit in front of the computer, I live stream once in a while and talking to amazing people online, and then I go to work. And hopefully soon I get my fat ass into the fucking gym again. Oh, I'm really good, man. I'm really, really good, Westerly. At least, like, when I start to work out again, there's a chance to meet someone at the gym, but people at the gym are so, they're doing their own shit when they're at the gym. So that's not a prospect of meeting other people. So I'm not lonely because I know why I'm in the situation I'm in, and I don't mind being in that situation. But a lot of people, again, are not autistic, so they don't like being alone. But they also don't want to make the effort. And not to speak about, here's another thing. And I hope other people can speak with it, if the few girls that we may or may not have in here. You need to be attractive to the girls. Like, and I don't mean that you need to look like a fucking model, but you need to have qualities in your life that girls find attractive. And you don't know what that is until you met other girls or talk to them. And it also means you may have to work on some shit, Not all want a queasy furry or a queasy nerd as a spouse, They probably want... I say this to my gym pros, and I say this to my nerds. I've never seen a gym pro having a girlfriend that didn't work out also that lasted for a long time. Because all the girls, they want the six packs, they want the muscles, but they forget that a guy has to fucking work out almost every day for 1 to 2 hours to get that. So that means he's working 8 hours at the job, directly from the job to the gym. Then he's home at like 7 o'clock. He's tired as fuck. He's just lifted a shit ton of weight. And he's eating boring ass fucking food. He's not going with you to McDonald's. He's not going out and drinking with you. Because that ruins his fucking six pack, like. Workout pros are boring as fuck to live with. And then the girlfriend is like, he's not paying attention to me, he's always at work or at the gym. Like, yeah, what did you expect? Like, do you think guys just wake up with big muscles and six packs? We fucking have to work for that shit. Well, especially me, but, in general. And the same with, like, gamer pros. If their girlfriend is not heavily into nerding or gaming, it almost never lasts. Because, again, the guy goes to work, he come home, he takes his fucking Mountain Dew and Doritos and slip into cozy clothes, and then he sits in front of the computer or console and just game all fucking day. No walks on the beach, no cuddling up to a movie, none of that fucking shit. Wanna watch me game. What happens? The girl get fucking fed up and tired. And most nerds don't want to compromise with their nerding time. Most gym pros don't want to compromise on their gym pro time. So, a lot of women and guys, but now we're talking about nerds and gym pros. A lot of women like the idea of the nerd, the gym pro. They don't want the lifestyle. Because it's not attractive. It's really not attractive. But yeah, positive attitude goes a long way, man. Oh, I need to get a keyboard case for my laptop. Not laptop, my tablet. I'm taking my tablet with me to work next week. So I can play music. Get that heavy metal going. Oh, they did an update? Oh, yeah, I've used the Dex a lot of times. When are they releasing, like, the new, like... When is version 8 coming out? Why are you holding back on us? I keep forgetting how popular Elementary OS actually is. Oh yeah, Dex is amazing. Fully applied security enthusiast. That's fucking like that's quite a fucking impressive feat, to be honest. Get involved. They used to have bounties. Do they still have that? I've always had a sweet spot for Elementary OS. Because I do like the idea of what they want to do with this OS. It's just the execution that needs a little bit to be a little bit better. Short answer is I don't want to work for my OS. I want my OS to work for me. That's like the shortest and most condensed answer I have. Yeah, they do have some crazy politics, yeah. I get it. Again, I love the idea of Arch. But I'm at a point where I need my OS to work for me. I don't want to work for my OS. What I mean by that is that I have had so many issues with Arch that I have not had with other Linux distributions. And the only reason I had them is because Arch is made the way Arch is made. Not to talk about Arch and security don't go hand in hand. So if you're a little bit security minded, and they have had known problems with package builders and shit like that. It's not that the setup is hard, because it's super easy. You just have to have the capability of fucking reading. Maintaining it is just like it takes more effort to maintain a running Arch install than any other Linux. Well, any other popular Linux. Gentoo, of course, is way more irritating. I've had package locking, databasing issues, do more manual interactions that should be needed in a modern OS. And here's the thing. If you know Linux, you can do everything on every Linux distribution. Everything. The Linux distribution is not the limitations of what you can do with Linux. It's you. Yeah, it will break on you. It will break on you. Again, I test distributions all the time. I've had more Arch Linux distributions and Arch itself fuck up on me than any other system. Yeah, I used so I used to main Gentoo in a time where dual core processors was a thing. So yeah, you did an update, you went to bed, and you prayed to whatever god you believe in that it was done when you woke up again. Gentoo is again, the idea of Gentoo is amazing, and it has its use cases, but for a everyday user situation, no. The same with Arch. Arch is amazing if you want to set up specific use cases. I just want to, and this is for every OS that I'm using nowadays, I don't want to maintain my OS. I don't want to fiddle with it. I don't want to have a boss yelling at me to get something done and then fuck, I need to fix my OS. No, but here's the thing. Never broke it beyond repair is not the same as breaking it. I've never broken any Linux distribution beyond repair. But I should not have to... It should not have broken in the first place. I've had more Linux distributions hard crash on me than Windows has done the last 10 years. At work, all the computers I've worked with for 1.5 years, we had one blue screen of death. And it was a random laptop, we plugged in a fucking dongle and it just shit its pants. Never happened again. Never. In my time with Linux since 2015 up till now, I have had about 6 blue screens of death. 6. In that time, I have had countless of Linux distributions log up on me, fuck shit up. Basically, I had to spend more time fixing Linux than Windows. By using it. It was badly coded software. Badly coded software. Badly coded software. Granted, I use a lot of different distributions. I'm not saying that this is just Arch or Ubuntu. Like, it's with all of the distributions that I'm using. If I used one specific distribution, it would probably be less crashes and less issues, of course. But I like to experience what a lot of the popular Linux distributions, how they are doing and stuff like that. And here's the thing. I do more work to keep Linux running than Windows. I do my Windows updates. I don't even run an antivirus. I run Windows Defender. I do disk cleanup once in a while. I do a malware clean once in a while. That's it. So, it could either be your hardware, or you are not using as much shit as you think you are on Linux. I am using a lot of shit on Linux. I'm doing a lot of shit. I'm not being stupid with Linux, but I am testing a lot of shit with Linux. So, that means that I'm installing a lot of different software. Because again, I talk about Linux, so I have to know, you know, what is the experience that people can get. So I try to download and run a lot of the popular programs. I don't just install Linux and then set it up with a specific set of type of programs and leave it alone. I uninstall something. I do what I put my mind into what are the most users going to do with Linux, and I try to do those things. So that could be in setting up as a dev environment. That could be you know, setting it up as a gaming machine. That could be doing both. It could be running a tiny Windows manager. It could be like, oh, I just saw a YouTube video and now I want to make Ubuntu into an i3 session. How do I do that? So, again, just like with Windows, if you set Linux up to do only specific things, it's great. The same with Windows. I don't mess with Windows. At work, I don't mess with Windows. That's why it's stable. I don't go in and try to remove telemetry and try to, fiddle around in the registry in it and stuff. I set it up as it's supposed to be set up, in the way people want it set up, and then I leave it alone. And I do the same with Linux. So a simple thing here. I installed Firefox via the snap package. It did not show up in the start menu until I logged in and out again. To me, that is a massive issue. Because then people will be like, where's my program? It's not there. And then we'll try to install Firefox again. It says it's installed. That's a massive hassle. That's stuff that I also test out with Linux distributions. What happens if I use flat packages, snap packages, app images, all of those things? Because that is what most people are going to do, these kind of things. You probably have a really streamlined workflow that you're doing with Linux. And you probably also made that with trial and errors in a way that it just suits you really, really well. What did I say that I did with Linux? I set it up once and I leave it alone, aka I don't mess with the back end of Windows. Let me put it this way. Before I had this computer, from 2015 to 2022 or 3, let's say 2, I ran Windows from the same SSD. And that was over 5 different hardware configurations. All I did was taking out the SSD and putting it into a new computer. 5 different configurations, 3 different CPUs, 5 different graphic cards, 5 blue screens in the whole experience. I mess more on the... Let me put it this way. I fuck around more with Windows on a user level. I don't go in and fuck with Windows in the backend. I don't fuck with Linux in the backend. I do the same with Linux. I install programs, I uninstall them like I do on Windows. I give it different core count. I install on real hardware, not real hardware. I do the exact same thing with Linux on the front end, for lack of a better word, as I do with Windows. Windows gives me less problems. Again, had I only used Ars or only used Kubuntu or Ubuntu, it would probably be a little bit more the same. I install Windows on unsupported computers all the fucking time on work. That's like, we're running Windows 11 on computers that should not be running Windows 11. No fucking issue. And I don't do anything to optimize them. Linux has consistently fucked up. And yes, it's not like, hard locking or rebooting. It's small little paper cuts here and there. It's like, I'm getting 2 fucking bars here instead of just 1 bar as a Windows bar with 2 different fucking close buttons. Not driver issues. I've not had any Linux driver issues. It's again, the issues I have with Linux is badly programmed software. The kernel in of itself, not an issue with it. The drivers within Linux, not an issue. It's everything else. The same with Windows. The 5 blue screens of death I had, 1 was a bad memory stick. 1 was a badly installed driver on my end for my graphic card because I forgot to remove the old... I went from AMD to NVIDIA. Then it was VirtualBox having a hissy fit. Then I installed, I think it was Notepad++, and it fucked up one time. And the fifth one was a random memory location that happened one time. Like it fucked up a memory location in memory. It happened one time and never happened again. And it was years ago. Again, I talked to a lot of Linux users. A lot. There's a lot of people having a lot of problems with Linux that do nothing but, like you said in the beginning, Chrome and Office. I name a distribution. Name a desktop environment. I've done them all. Well, almost them all. You are trying to... You're doing the Linux user thing. I have never had an issue, therefore there is no issue. I have... Out of the hundreds of people I've talked to that use Linux, there are more people that have issues with Linux than not. That's what I'm basing my conclusion on. Out of the hundreds of people I've talked to that use both Windows and Linux, most of them has had more Linux issues. I don't have a main Linux setup. I switch between Tumbleweed, Ubuntu, and Fedora as my main setups. Again, just because you have never had them, you've just been the lucky one. It could come down to your hardware. So if you use Linux on older hardware, it tends to be super stable. If you use Linux on 1 to 2nd gen hardware, you can have issues. Like I'm telling you, there are a lot of people having issues with Linux, unless they are running older hardware, and they're not really doing much with Linux to begin with. And you also have to remember this. So I just did sudo apt update. Let's say it can't reach the repositories. There's a issue with that. You will just do this here again. You wouldn't think over it. Now it's working, it's fine. You will not think about this because you know what's going on. It's probably out of sync or something like that. For a everyday user, they will be pissed about this. They would be like, why the fuck is it doing that? Why is it not working? So you probably have more issues with Linux than you think, but it's just become second nature for you to fix them. So you don't know that you don't think about you fixing them. When I used Arch Linux as my main OS for 3 years, I did so much shit just automatically without thinking about it. Then I used, I think it was Ubuntu or Pop OS for a while. I'm like, holy shit, I'm actually not doing this, like, I'm actually not doing so much maintenance anymore. And it's because it just becomes second nature for us. And it's really hard to not see that. Because for you that are used to Arch Linux, that knows all the bad things, the flaws, the kink in the armor, you see that as, it's nothing. But for everyone else, or a lot of other people, that nothing is something. Again, some people don't mind their boyfriend or girlfriend ripping a fart in their face. Some people will hate it. You know, it's like, you know, until you, like, I will almost bet that if you start to use Ubuntu, Pop OS, even Fedora for, let's say, a few months as your main system, you will now realize how little work you actually have to do on those distributions compared to Arch Linux to just run it. and set it up and stuff like that. But when you are, here's the thing. I learned this in the army. When you are in the shit, you don't realize how much shit it is until you're done with this shit. Yes, you will bitch and moan about being in the shit. But until you're done, you know, you overcome the shit that you have to overcome, that's when you realize how bad it could have been. Or went, or how bad it did went. Because you're in it, you're trying to solve this issue. You just want to get out of this situation. And then when you sit back and you relax and think, oh my god, I could fucking have lost an arm there or something like that. But you don't think about that when you're in this shit. And it's a little bit, it's the, what is it called? Well, it's the perception of reality, to be honest. But you get decentralized to a lot of things when you're doing the same thing over and over again, or when you are in said situation. Gaming is still gaming is fucked in my opinion on Linux, but it's a super touchy subject because a lot of Linux users, they really want to think that Linux is the best gaming platform ever. A good forum will help you a long time, yeah. Yeah. If you have older hardware, Linux is amazingly stable, yeah. Yeah, no operating system is immune for shit. They just are not, like... Again, the last 10 years, like since 2015-ish, in my humble opinion, again, this is just my opinion, I have seen a super massive decline in quality in the Linux circles. And it's not just the kernel. The kernel is great. It's everything else. The desktop environments becomes more and more boring, more and more useless. The programs that are done in the Linux world is becoming of less and lesser quality. I have no fucking idea why. I really don't. I don't. But it's just something I've noticed. Oh, you know BOS? Don't start to become fucking awesome, Carolina, because BOS is my favorite OS ever. Yeah, BOS is the fucking best thing ever, man. I do prefer .deb and .rpm. The whole Windows as a tiny Windows manager kind of thing. It's not. It will take some time to explain that. I'm always awesome. I have a Discord server. If you go in there, I can explain it better to you because it means that I have to boot up Windows and we have to look into keyboard shortcuts in Windows and all that fucking shit. I don't want to do that right now because we are in this Linux kind of thing. And I know there's a lot of Windows users in my Discord that do a lot of keyboard shortcuts with Windows. But it all comes down to you have to figure out where Windows keeps its keyboard shortcut bindings and then rebind them. Because you can use keyboard shortcuts, or it's like Windows arrow keys and stuff like that. I don't know if you can do that on KDE. We can try. Oh, you can. So I'm using the Windows key and arrow keys right now. And it's something to that nature on Windows also. But you can do a lot with that also on Windows. Yeah, but you can do, like, you can actually make Windows into become a great tiling Windows manager in quote by customizing keyboard shortcuts and stuff like that. But the easy and the most convenient one is like the Win and arrow keys. But Windows also have different ways of doing it with multi-screens and stuff like that. Windows do have amazing Windows management, yeah. Who extending your screen? I don't know. Like, I have run dual setup before. Like, if you go in here, it should just give you where you can either mirror and extend it, and it should just come up in here. So, like, if you have another screen, you should be able to do that in here. You know, setting up the different, like, extended mirror it and stuff like that. Oh, between, yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem. Because I don't think Linux supports that natively and easily. Yeah, when they came into the NT area of Windows, Windows is so much more powerful and better and capable than people give it credit for. The problem is Microsoft as a company. And that's all people see. They see the company Microsoft. They don't see the Windows, the technology. Did you know that you could take a USB cable and connect that between two computers, and one of them would be looked at almost like a USB device? And you can run diagnostic on that computer via that USB device. Like, a good example here is that on my Windows machine, in real time, I can reboot my graphic card driver without crashing my system. When I ran the Intel Arc graphic cards, I did that a lot when the graphic card driver fucked up. I just rebooted my display driver on Linux with a key combination. I can't do that on Linux. Linux is built in a way that there's no driver crash protection. So if any driver crashes on Linux, it will take down the whole system. The thing is that Linux is, well, this is basically a testament to how good the kernel developers are. They are really good at programming their shit. But a driver crash in Windows don't mean a system crash. It will mean a system crash in Linux. It will mean a system crash on Linux. I don't think that the alternative to Linux has become better. I think why Linux is losing a lot of its momentum and its oomph is because Linux has stopped innovating. Yeah, ham radio, that's right, yeah. Linux stopped innovating. When you stop innovating, you stop getting people that want to do exciting and new shit to the place. And that means that you're stuck with basically people running things in maintenance mode. A lot of open source programs in the Linux world, Martin, I hope I pronounced that right, are run a little bit like they're in maintenance mode. You just, adding a few little features here and there, not really doing much other things. Like, Linux is copying Windows and Mac now. It used to be the other way around. I will even go even further. I would say Linux is not even for nerds. It's only for servers, supercomputers, IoT devices, maybe workstations. Some of us are just crazy enough to use it as a desktop. But I wouldn't, because you can nerd out with Windows. Like, if you want to, I can show you a lot of shit where you can really get your nerd on with Windows. And you can learn so much about OS architectural design and hardware design and stuff like that from within Windows. It's just that, again, we have to think about what kind of people are attracted to Linux. Because Linux is mostly used by a certain amount of type of people. Mostly. And, of course, most of them will regard themselves as part of that. Or part of who they are. They will put the nerd stick on that also. But I've met some fucking high IQ Windows nerds, man. Just putting it out there. And honestly, a lot of nerds, they're using Mac OS. There's always a need to innovate, Don. It's a matter of, do you want to? Because let's be honest, Linux is probably the only operating system that needs to innovate. It needs to do something other is not doing. It needs a killer feature. What has happened? What has happened? Ubuntu happened. Ubuntu, Red Hat, and SUSE happened. The Linux systems that is the most used Linux systems on Earth are not desktop Linuxes. The Linux systems that get most users to use Linux are not desktop Linuxes. They are enterprise Linuxes. User experience. Oh my god. Windows is putting billions of dollars into user experience research. They have that nailed down quite well. What is the distribution that most Linux desktop users start out with? It's probably Ubuntu. Ubuntu is probably used by 90+X% of all Linux users. Ubuntu is not really a desktop OS, it's an enterprise OS. The reason why Linux is not innovating is because Linux is catering to enterprise. What industry almost rarely innovate unless it's super useful? At least not on the software side, at least not on the OS side, but they do it in like, front end, or well, not front end. They do it in like containers, they do it on hardware, but enterprise systems almost rarely innovate on the OS itself. Okay, James, there is a difference between user feel and user experience. Windows 11 has become more capable and are more usable for more people. And with user experience, you also have to think about disabled people. Linux has almost no tools to help people that are disabled. They are really bad and really far and few between. Consistency with Windows UI, batshit crazy. But that's look, that's not experience. Like the fact that you could use you could use Windows in 1995, and you can basically just plug your ass down and use Windows to this day and have almost no issues with it. That's user experience. That's part of user experience. Windows has always made the user experience better and better and better. It's just not made the user experience better for power users. Because they know that if we give people things to fuck up easy, they will fuck things up. Again, that's also part of user experience. How do we protect the OS from the user? Apple is geniuses at doing that. I will agree, Windows over the years have done a lot of shit that makes tinkers crazy because they hidden shit and you need to know command prompts and all that fucking shit now to get shit done. But that's also user experience. They made sure that Windows worked for the most people. What are the basic things that are removed on Windows 11 and not on, let's say, Windows 10 or Windows 8? Name some of them, and I will debug you. Yeah, Windows actually removes shit that 90% of the people don't care about to make it more streamlined. That's why you have the context menu that says show more, because in the new context menu they put things in people actually care about. Then the show more are for people like you and me. We are the ones that don't like the new Windows environments. Because we want more out of Windows than most people want. But we also have to remember, we are not the majority of users. We are not the benchmark of everyone. But yeah, why Windows or Linux is not innovating anymore. Who is sponsoring Windows or Linux? Who is putting the most money into developing Linux? Massive enterprise corporations for work in their massive enterprises. Windows 7. It was actually a good system. Yeah. Again, this is just a number that I'm throwing out of my ass. But of all of the development that's going into Linux at the moment and the last 10-ish years has been how to make Linux better for IoT, how to make Linux better for servers, how to make Linux better for workstations. When you see a release note of a new Linux distribution, like from SUSE, Red Hat, and Ubuntu, what are the majority of things that they have added to the release note? Better SQL optimization, better file optimization. It's 99% or 95% optimizations that mostly only benefit the corporate world. Once in a while, they throw in a bone, better gaming optimization, stuff like that. Linux is... I think it's because people compare Linux to the wrong Windows distribution. Or Windows version. Realistically, you should compare every Linux distribution to either Windows Enterprise or Windows Workstation. Not Windows 10 and 11. That's what they closely resemble in the way that the development effort is focused on. Because, let's see, Windows Workstation. Because most of the and it's running Windows 10 apparently. Oh, are they upgrades to Windows 11? I don't know. I haven't used it in shit ton. Windows Workstation, Windows Enterprise are basically just a slimmed down version of Windows without all the extra fluff and duff and Xbox bar and all that shit. That is basically who Linux is for. That's the target of Linux. That's it. That's why Linux is not innovating anymore. Ubuntu used, I don't know if many people know this, but Ubuntu used to not have any corporate support for Ubuntu at all. Like, it was not meant to be run in a support in a corporate environment. Ubuntu wanted to be Apple for the first 4-6 years. There still is a difference. There is a difference. I've worked with them all. I have Windows Enterprise running at work. It's Windows 10. It's a really, really slimmed down version of Windows 10. By default, it don't even fucking move the windows when you move them. You know, it's super slimmed down. At least the Enterprise version is. So yeah, Ubuntu, they were working on Ubuntu servers. Not Ubuntu servers, Ubuntu Television. They were working on Ubuntu Phone. They wanted to be Apple for basically, you know, they did everything Apple did. Then they realized they could not survive. There was no money in it. So they focused on the corporate world, which a lot of Linux users was angry about. And that was the day Ubuntu became evil. The day they stopped focusing on the desktop. That was the day where everyone, or not everyone, but a lot of people in the Linux community was like, Ubuntu is the Microsoft of Linux. Because they abandoned the desktop. They've forgotten that Red Hat has abandoned the desktop many years ago, the same as SUSE. But Ubuntu was this golden child that was meant to save Linux. And make it, you know, take over the world on the desktop. Didn't happen. Couldn't survive. Up till Ubuntu started to focus on the corporate world, they lost money every year. So if the most popular distributions out there, like if you combine Red Hat, Fedora, Ubuntu, and SUSE, OpenSUSE, together they probably account for about 99% of all Linux users. And are probably also the only ones that really are getting new Linux users to Linux. All corporate software. You say, yeah, but what about Fedora? It's a workstation, we talked about that. What about Tumbleweed? It's not meant really for the average user, to be honest. It's more like Arch than anything else. They wanted to run Leap. Leap is basically a super LTS version of SUSE. Like, it's definitely more catered towards the Windows Enterprise kind of people. So, if the distribution makers that abuse the most and are the ones that are accounting for almost all the new to Linux traffic are focusing on enterprise, where do you think the development effort are going? The enterprise. That's what happened. Linux was just not good enough as a desktop. Let's be honest, that because if Linux was good enough for the desktop, everyone would be running it. If you think that users will not choose Linux if it was the best gaming system or the best whatever, of course they would. You will see all your favorite e-girls playing Linux all day, man. Or not play Linux, use Linux as a gaming system. Oh, Windows ME, oh my god, don't remind me of that one. Linux is just not good enough as a desktop. That's what it boils down to. Like, if we're being super honest and we are being really like generalizing here, Linux is just not good enough as a desktop. It's just how it is. And there's a lot of reasons why, and there's a lot of things that can be done to make that better, which can take 10 hours to talk about. And my friend, you don't have that energy in me. Linux, that's why I say Linux is not a desktop OS. What I mean is Linux is not built or supported or focused as a desktop. That don't mean we can't do it. I used to run Windows 2000 as a desktop. There are people out there that game on Windows Enterprise because it's so slimmed down. There are crazy people in this world. You know, there are crazy people in this world. But for most people, Linux just makes no fucking sense on the desktop. The problem is Linux users don't want to admit that. And until you can admit that, have you ever installed Windows Enterprise Server, what the fuck it's called, with a front end? Then it's like going back to like Windows NT back in the 90s. Like, there's almost nothing on it. There's the kernel, basic, depending on what you choose, but basic, I can't remember what it's called. Services, you know, network stack, sound stack, and those kind of things. And then there is a Windows management software. That's it. Then you can, of course, install anything you want on it. So you can install Xbox Game Bar, you can install DirectX 12 or whatever it is. Yeah, I can't remember. It's called Enterprise something. They don't have an Enterprise only version. So they have Windows Enterprise Server, Data Center, something like that. And then they have Windows Workstation. And then they also have like ARM versions of those and S versions of those. In Windows 11 at least. They don't have a specific enterprise-only version anymore. It's called Windows Enterprise, either Data Center or whatever the fuck they're calling it. Oh, no problem, Master. Hey, yeah, you can install Linux IoT or Windows IoT and get that up to a full-blown desktop. I did that with Ubuntu Server years ago, I think it was, either on a live stream or video, where we installed Ubuntu Server and That's the versions they have. And those two here are almost the same. This one here, they have something called Windows Enterprise. What the fuck is it called? Is it data center? So it's basically just like, oh, it's Windows Server Data Center. That's the one I was looking for. So they have these versus Windows Server. Why is it not in here? Is that SE? Is that server? Yeah, they are just this. You just choose the version you want doing the install. Yeah, the IoT one. Yeah. Oh yeah, they also have mixed reality. But if you do server/enterprise or you go for the workstation, you get a workstation, not so much as enterprise or server. But if you go for the Windows Server, you get a super fucking. I think the IoT you can use free for like 6 months or something like that. I think. I should do more Windows streams. I actually just installed Windows on a VM with one of my customized ISOs. But like what I'm coming at here is that Windows Home and Windows Pro, there's a lot of money being spent making Windows Home for home users and Pro for pro home users and or workstations at, you know, or office work, let me put it that way. Linuxes almost have none of that. And you say, oh well, Microsoft is a bigger company. Yeah, but that don't mean that all of the focus on this here should be focused on the server market if they cared about anything but the server market, or sorry, enterprise market. Windows 10, honestly, most people don't need much more than Windows 10 Home. They really don't. I just like Windows Pro because I'm an old fart, I guess. Oh yeah, the ecosystem. Yeah, like most people nowadays, they actually choose their OS because of the ecosystem. Most people that run Mac OS is because they like the Mac ecosystem. Most people that run Windows is because they want the Windows ecosystem. OSs today are nothing more than delivery platforms. People look at them as a way of getting their favorite programs, stuff like that, on their computer. It's only us idiots that think about OSs as actually a translation layer between the human and the hardware. Most people don't give a fuck about the OS. They really don't care. All they care about, can I get my shit done I need to get done on it. I mean, everything in Linux is half-assed. Because they're not doing it properly. It's a lot of hobbyists that think they know what they're doing, and then they build poorly maintainable programs that then sometimes become popular, and then they have to refactor everything because now more and more people are working on it. And the companies that actually know what the fuck they are doing, like Mozilla Firefox and stuff like that, They are fucking developing most of their time on Windows or Mac anyway. The video coming out either tomorrow or Monday, I showcase how the Mozilla source code is structured around Microsoft technology. It's so easy if you have Visual Studio Code, to get started helping out Mozilla Firefox. Because it's basically just plug and play. The biggest open source, let me rephrase that. The biggest OS, put it another way, the biggest open source platform is Windows. There are more people using open source software on Windows probably than there is combined Linux users. So by that statistic or nature, there's more people developing open source software on on Windows than Linux. And they are targeting Windows more over Linux. Of course, we have GNOME, KDE, and that's Windows specific, but Linux specific. But you get the idea here. Yeah, most open source software just run on fucking Windows. Yeah. Like the only really killer app that Linux has is the desktop environments. It's the desktop environments or Windows managers. Most everything else you can run on Windows or Mac OS. Even more on Mac OS. I think people managed to get fucking XFCE installed via Homebrew or something like that on Mac OS. Heck, they got they got a full-blown fucking XFCE session running on the Windows subsystem for Linux too. With sound and everything. It's Windows subsystem for Linux has killed the fucking Linux desktop. Or the Linux workstation. Because back in the day, developers had to fucking install Linux in a virtual machine to test on Linux. Or SSH into a Linux machine. Like they had to have a physical Linux machine to work on. So that meant that a lot of developers, software engineers would be exposed to Linux desktop environment or Linux systems and stuff like that. Which meant that if there were bugs and problems, they're more likely to fix them. Now, they just use Windows subsystem for Linux. They don't have to deal with all the extra fluff. That means they don't have to fix anything. Yeah, sounds works on Windows subsystem for Linux. Not great, it works. You can make Windows look sexy though. Really sexy. With a few programs. I'm getting low battery warnings in my headset here. What the fuck? My headset just had a fucking hissy fit. Anyway. Oh, there are so many Windows developers. Sorry. There's so many developers that used to have Windows and Linux running that are moving over to Windows subsystem for Linux. Like, Windows subsystem for Linux is the biggest fuck you to Linux ever. Like, it's... Yeah, and why did Ubuntu cooperate with them? Because they know Linux don't have a future on the desktop. That's why they did it. As much I wish, I will probably give my less tester code to get Linux to be at least fucking dominant to some degree on the desktop market, but it won't happen. And hey, not to think, we are moving away from traditional computer use. The traditional desktop is dying. Laptop is selling is overselling desktops. I think it's like almost tenfold. And tablets and phones are so fastly impeaching on the desktop, or sorry, the laptop market. Soon, really soon, you only need a laptop for really specific things, like if you're a developer or something like that. Everyone else can just live off their phone and tablet. That's it. That's the future is phones and tablets. That's it. What is a Apple M series? It's a tablet. Apple took a tablet and put it in a computer. That's it. My Mac Mini that I have running is a tablet that runs Mac OS. It's the same fucking hardware as there is in a iPad M2. Exactly the same fucking hardware. The Snapdragon is just a beefed up fucking mobile phone, processor. Tablets and phones are taking over the world in not so many years. And when that happens, fuck Linux. Nobody gives a fuck about fuck Windows 10 or 12 or 13 or whatever version they're on when that happens. It's all going to be Android, iOS. Let's hope that Linux distribution makers are targeting ARM. Some are, but let's hope they're targeting ARM and or mobile tablet format. For the sake of Windows, let's hope they are doing the same shit. Like, bring back Windows Phone, Bring back Windows for tablets. Because they are going to be and I will not be surprised if Windows is secretly working on a version of Windows for tablets and phones. Because they also see what's in the writings on the wall. Again, James, things takes a long... that big paradigm shifts. Because we're talking about changing a whole computing paradigm. We're not just talking about changing a chip type or architecture type. It's a whole computing paradigm shift. There is Windows on ARM, but it's not touch Windows basically. And Windows 11 on touch is just bad. Look at the Windows services. Well, they are doing it because we have Windows services, but they're not running ARM. But yeah, why do you think Windows don't have like a desktop computer that they sell? Nobody wants them anymore. Why do you think that the only real desktop computer you can get from Apple is a workstation that costs thousands of dollars? Because nobody wants them anymore. Nobody wants them anymore. Microsoft, Windows, not Microsoft, what the fuck am I saying? Microsoft and Apple, they are selling portable devices. People don't want a fucking desktop anymore. We have almost all of us at work have transitioned from desktops to laptops now. In the IT/software department. There's only 2 that still use desktops. And I will get them over on a laptop soon. Because one of them is working a lot from home. It makes no sense that he's using his own computer at home. Like, most developers, engineers are using laptops. You know. And Linux still sucks on laptops. Linux still sucks ass on laptops. It's gotten better. It's gotten better. It still kind of sucks on laptops. And it's just the nature of how laptops are built. There's a lot of unique hardware being put into laptops to make them function the way they do. I have a laptop that the only thing this is doing is it's connected to a dongle, not a dongle, a docking station that's connected to my screen, and I use that for research and development. That's all it does. It's a cheap-ass still laptop. 8 cores, 4 physical, 8 hyper-threaded. And I do all kind of coding on it and research on it, and it's good enough for that. It's great for that. I even done app development emulating Android devices on it. Great for it. The only reason why I actually have a desktop right now, gaming. I tried doing console gaming, not for me. I'm about to upgrade my computer again, because I have the money for it. I'm building an all-white gaming system. Had I not been gaming as much as I do, even though I don't game a lot, I would just have had like a high-end laptop. And not even a high-end, just a mid-range laptop, to be honest. Because the onboard graphic cards can play a lot of games like in decent quality nowadays. If you're like a filthy casual. So this version of Linux here, Kubuntu, I wanted to install that on my laptop. It failed. And this is like a 2020 laptop or something like that. So older hardware. It's like an 8th gen i5. Failed. I know how to get it running. I needed to tweak the boot parameters a little bit. But the fact that I couldn't just put in Ubuntu or put in Ubuntu and then just click next, and tick all the right boxes. The fact that didn't work out of the box is a massive fail in my opinion. Linux should be just working out of the box on any hardware nowadays. There's no excuse why this fucked up the bootloader. No excuse. No excuse. Could I get it to work? Yeah, if I wanted to. Here's how angry I got. It would have taken me about 5 minutes to fix it. I did not want to spend those 5 minutes to fix it. Because here's the thing, if that didn't work, what other things don't work? That's what I was thinking, okay? You couldn't even set up the bootloader, but a disable secure boot and all that fucking shit, you still didn't work. If you couldn't do that by default, what else is not working by default? That was my thought pattern, like, you can't do a simple thing as installing yourself on a fucking computer and working. What else are you going to fuck up? Because in my experience with Linux, if that don't work, there's a lot of other things that don't work. Oh, Linux users. Again, they are weird breed. Linux users don't care. They rather use a incoherent piece of shit so they can say fuck you to Windows, Microsoft, Apple, Mac OS and their users. It's a pride thing. They will not admit that they actually made a wrong choice. Like the way a lot of Linux users talk about Windows and Mac OS, imagine them running it again. It would be like bitching and moaning and ridiculing and making your ex look like the worst person on earth, and then like 6 months later you're getting married. It's not going to be a good look. So a lot of Linux users are locked into Linux because of the way they act. Because they would lose all credibility if they moved over to Windows. They would lose all of their audience if they did so. Imagine DistroTube going back to Windows. Luke Smith, Mental Outlaw. eBoss. The way they have talked about Windows, they will lose all credibility fucking right away. And rightfully so. Rightfully so, to be honest. So they are not making a fuss about the shortcomings of Linux because they don't want to look like a Windows sympathizer. You know. They don't want to look like, oh my god, Linux is actually not as good as we thought it was. And that's one of the issues they have. They have built themselves into a corner. Linux is their ride or die. Not, honestly, maybe not even by choice anymore, but by necessity, because that's how they make their money. That's what they are known for. And of course, the whole cultist thing, blindness thing, call it what you will. Look at Chris Titus Tech. He got a shit ton of backlash when he started to do more Windows content. He has recovered though, but he was not that deep into Linux to begin with. And even though he did a lot of Linux content, he still did a few Windows. But when he was like, yeah, I'm using Windows again, even if it's part-time, it was still kind of expected of him. Like again, we this the psychology of Linux users are. It's fun. It's a fun thing, man. It's an interesting thing, and I think I have a mosquito that's fucking bit me somewhere. There's a lot of shit going on that is more than just Linux is better. Because what is better is subjective. You know, just like what kind of girl do you like, what kind of food do you like is subjective. So what it comes down to, why they're so quote unquote passionate about it, is because they are building themselves into a corner. You know. Oh yeah, they definitely care about a lot of things that don't matter. But that's a little bit of main character syndrome. They think that they are the main character of the world, so therefore what they can do, everyone else can do. Don, I will kind of agree with you. And Ham Radio, I will agree with you also. He definitely know more about Windows than Linux, for sure. I've said this many times before. I will gladly listen to anything Chris Titus Tech has to say about Windows. Nothing what he has to say about Linux. This is actually a kind of cool song, though. But there's a lot of fake phonies and pretenders in the Linux world. And the sad reality is a lot of them actually manage to have a voice. But like I said before, it's never been easier for stupid people to find other stupid people. Oh yeah, like I will say this again, the Cosmic Desktop is just because they want to make a fucking desktop environment in Rust. Rust is the Linux of coding languages. It's the Linux of coding languages. It's funny in open source, the solution to a problem is always, let's fork it, instead of fixing it. Like, in my opinion, forking or making a new, like, parallel program, or whatever you would call it, a new independent version should be the last thing you think about. The absolute last thing you think about. Because you're just diluting the water even more. You're just making it even more difficult for people to support /run your system. Like, as a research project, as a university assignment, yeah, go nuts. But what is it, like System 76 has been around for decades, and they're still like mostly unknown fucking company for the Quader IT community. It's only Linux nerds that really know about them. You know. Rust is like, again, Rust is soft. Like, Rust is a great coding language, but the community suffer from the same shit the Linux community suffer from. They overhype Rust to like no fucking business, and a lot of people bought into it. And then we may have made a mistake here, buddy. It may not be as good as we think it is, but they are locked in. That's why you should never overhype anything, because you get locked into it. It's better that you are skeptical, because then if you change your mind, if you get new information, you are not locked in. Overhype your wife, your girlfriend, of course, but don't overhype fucking Linux or Rust or Go or C# or any. Don't go all. No, don't make any technology your ride or die. Or ride and die, or whatever it is. Ride or die? I can't remember it now, I'm getting tired. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Maybe Linux users should just go out and fucking, get laid or something. I don't know, go get some fucking dick or pussy or something. Like, just go out there and bend over and take it. Go out there and get some fun. Drink a beer, get laid, touch some boobies. And then they will forget about all this fucking meaningless shit. I only do this because it gives me views, it gives me subscribers. I don't give a fuck anymore. If I can piss off Linux users and other people get a laugh out of it, why not? Because here's the thing. What I do would not work if Linux users was not exactly as I say they are. If they were level-headed and didn't give a fuck, my content would be meaningless. It would be meaningless, because everyone would know that I would be talking shit. I would be like talking out of my ass. It would not work. The fact that me trolling them, making them angry, or poking at them are working is because I'm kind of right. there is some truth to the shit that I'm saying, and they don't want to admit it. But if everything I said was pure bullshit, it would not work. They would just not give a fuck. They would just be like, yeah, he's just full of shit. The fact that they get angry and care so much about what idiot me have to say is because I'm hitting a nerve. And it's so funny to hit a nerve. It's so funny. I never had a problem talking Linux with Windows people. Never. I never been kicked out or yelled at from any Windows places for promoting or running Linux. Never. They just talked, asked questions. That's it. Heck, most of them don't even care why I think Windows or Linux is better than one or the other. They really don't. That's what maturity looks like. A lot of Linux users will hate me for this, but if you want to see how Linux users should act as a community, look at Windows and Mac users. Act more like them. It's that simple. Act more like them. And not like fucking spoiled teenagers that can't, or well, not even teenagers, toddlers that are being told that they can't get their fucking dessert because they didn't eat the vegetables. Also, what is the average age of a Linux user? It can't be that fucking old. Because most Linux users don't last more than at most 5 years. Like the average Linux user that I talk to, at least online on YouTube, is like, oh, I've been using Linux for like 1 or 2 years. So they basically have no fucking idea what they're talking about. I have this thing that unless you use Linux for at least 10 years, you really don't know what you're talking about when it comes to Linux. Unless you're an IT professional that works with Linux every day. Yeah, but we look at the demographics, you're like the 2% tile or something like that. 2012. Yeah, but like again, if you gauge of people that you talk to online, yeah, they're not been using Linux that much, man. Especially content creators. There are not a lot of content creators that's been using Linux for more than 10 years. Like really few. Most is like 2, 3, 4 years. And in my opinion, again, it's not enough, man. At least not to, pretend that you are like a fucking all-knowing being. 12 years? But that's a good lifespan of using Linux. But when I mean that Linux users must not be that old, I mean they're not that old as in they have not used Linux for that long. $55 is not a bad age, though. I know a lot of fucking super fit guys in their 50s nowadays. And they don't even take hormones. Yeah. I have reacted to DSP. I have one reaction videos of DSP on. I should have, or we did it in a live stream, but I definitely talked about DSP. Yeah, so that's what a lot of people do. Yeah, I never use the Windows. Then you run Windows in a virtual machine with pass-through. Like, You're a Windows user. I'm not a Windows user. I'm a Linux user. You're a Windows user. If you're using Windows, you're a Windows user. Dark Side Phil. The most obnoxious person. Well, Boogie is probably worse than Dark Side Phil. At least Dark Side Phil was not faking cancer. You know, like... Dark Side Phil and Boogie should like get together and live together, and it will be the most watched reality show on earth. Because those two will have a pity fest like nobody's fucking business. They will have like competition about who was the biggest victim in this fucking world. Oh, low tier guard. Oh my god, what a fucking loser he is, yeah. Black DSP, yeah. Oh, you gotta love the fuck. I used to watch a lot of DSP detractor videos. I got tired of it now because it's all the same bullshit. But I used to watch a lot of it, but they're just regurgitating the same shit. And DSP is getting boring to follow because it's the same shit he says today that he said 5 or 10 years ago. There's nothing new with him. Like, just leave him alone, let him die out, man. Because I honestly think that I think the detractor community is what keeping DSP alive. I honestly think that. Because it's like watching a train wreck. And then, oh my god, the train wreck is coming again. Then you're going and watching it live because you want to see the train wreck live. Like, if the detractor community just fucked off for just stop watching DSP, he would not last 1 or 2 years, man. Oh, DSP's the worst, man. I have not seen DSP playing any games for like many years now. Oh, the fapping. Yeah. If you don't know who DSP is, don't look into it. Don't look into it. Oh, Nixie Pixel. Yeah. She's back, I think. She's back, yeah. Yeah, like... Yeah, she was one of the first ever, like, Linux channels, to be honest, on YouTube. That's how far back she goes. Yeah, a little bit cray, but a cool girl. But yeah, like, that's one of the things that, Cop of Linux, I know him also, watch him also. It's one of the things that I don't like about the DSP community and the detractor community is that there would be no detractor. There would be a lot of the detractors will not have a channel or make money on YouTube without DSP, and DSP would be mostly nobody without the detractor community. They both need each other, and the fact is that the detractor community don't want to acknowledge that is a little bit like putting me off them, to be honest. Like, I like seeing detractors that are doing other stuff than DSP. Because at least if DSP's disappeared, they still have, you know, they can still continue. But the channels that do only DSP content, yeah, they are a fan of DSP, to be honest. Let's be honest. Oh, they make good money off DSP. Just look at the views they get. And the donations. They make a good money off DSP. Some would probably be able to have like a comfortable living making money off DSP. The DSP community are really good at supporting one another. You know, it's supporting each other. Well, download it, watch it, get people to watch it for them. It's one of those things. One can't live without the other. Luckily enough, a few of the detractor people are making content about Boogie and low tier guard and, you know, other lol cows. But there are a lot of people that only do DSP content. So they kind of need him to stay alive, to be honest, to have content. Just be honest about it. I made a few DSP videos on my gaming channel because he's an interesting fucking idiot. You know. He's like the epitome of the guy everyone hates at work, that think they are the smartest person in the room while saying the dumbest shit to ever exist. Like, we have one guy, and he drives me nuts. Almost like every week or every second week, he has some idea on how we can do our job better. Because he likes building computers at home. And he has done a little bit of computing here and there, so therefore he knows how to, you know, he has some great ideas. I just like, you stay out of my job, and I will stay out of your job. Let's just agree on that. He was like, passwords are not that important. Because he don't want to deal with password management for the people that is under him in his department. Like, you just give them a piece of paper with the fucking password on and say, if you lose this, go into IT. It takes 2 seconds. And like, just because another company have bad fucking IT security, it should be okay if we have bad IT security. When did you get out of your mom's womb? I hope they do. I hope he does. Because then I can tell him that he don't know what he's talking about. Oh yeah. It's never his fault. I did nothing wrong, I did everything correct. But yeah, they do treat the IT software department like shit where I work. Like, honestly, they really don't value us at all. They say they do, but their accent says totally different. Like, we are just lowest priority with everything. But they love coming and bitching and moaning when their shit don't work. More and more people are not moving to Linux. They are not. It's I was about to say a self-fulfilling prophecy, but why the reason why it feels like it is because you are researching it more. You're looking more into it. That's the only reason why it is. That's the only reason why that is. You have to remember, everything you do online is curated towards your search terms, what you're watching on YouTube and stuff like that. So if you're watching a lot of moving to Linux or getting tired of Windows videos, you're getting served them more and more, so it looks like more and more people are doing it. They really are not. The only real indicator you can have is go and look at the Statistia or something like that. Or StatCount, or what it's called. Just go look at some statistics site. Just pick one, no matter how accurate they are or not, just pick one. That will give you somewhat an idea what's going on. Because I have seen I talk to a lot of people in real life, and I've seen none of them going over to Linux. None of them. None. That didn't already use Linux, by the way. Valve did nothing for Linux. There's no evidence anywhere that shows that Valve had made Linux more popular. So the unknown, you divide that equally over all operating systems. That's the only fair way of doing it. You should not think about them switching to Linux. That whole mentality that we have to convert Linux people. Do you know what group of people use the term converting other people over to something? Cults and religious people. Linux should be a choice people make of their own. We should not have to convert anyone. Because that kind of means that we are forcing them. They should want to do it on their own. The Spanish Inquisition. That dude, Don, that dude is the most batshit fucking crazy person I've ever seen on the internet. What revolution did Linux start? Or Valve start? What the fuck? Is like, he must be sniffing more than his own farts. He must be fucking huffing his own fucking cum or something like that. What the fuck? Come on, man. Look at the fucking stats. Look at the year that Proton came out up till now. Almost nothing have happened. Who the fuck? Come on, dude. What the fuck? Oh, god damn it. Like, you fucking have to bend some straw man arguments to get that, make that into a reality. Maybe it started a revolution in his pants, maybe. I don't know. Maybe his wife was like huffing him like a motherfucker when Valve came out with Proton and the Steam Deck. Maybe he got the best sex he got in his whole life. That was a revolution in of itself. Or evolution. Valve had done nothing for the fucking desktop of Linux. Nothing. Yeah, MacBooks are being used. There is I can't remember if it's a free BSD conference or something like that, but there's a dude bitching and moaning about how bad System D is for Linux while reading and holding his MacBook Pro in his hand. He's running Mac OS to do his presentation. Bitching about System D and Linux. And that dude had been a maintainer for Linux, or a system, been doing Linux work for probably over a decade or decades now. By the way, he also said that marriage should not matter. We should not hire the best qualified person for the job. So he just lost all credibility in my mind, but yeah. Oh, Linux is great for emulation, yeah. 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 Marriage is not a good qualifier for who the best person for the job is. That's what he said. Again, while holding his MacBook and bitching about System D on Linux. I could not make this shit up even if I tried. Richard Stallman, coming out and saying that I don't give a fuck about security problems in software or stability as long as it's for software. Those are the idols in open source. Yeah, no wonder why your fucking software is shit. Systemd is great. I love Systemd. It fucking works. At least we kinda have a fucking standard init system now. I saw an old interview with Richard Stallman, and he was sitting and fiddling around with some tinfoil. And I was like, what's going on here? And then someone noticing it, and they were like, what are you doing? And he was like putting tinfoil around his ID badge. His name tag, basically. Well, the government is putting like tracking chips into ID badges nowadays, so they can track all you do and take your data and stuff like that. I think he even mentioned mind control a little bit. What the fuck? I hope you are making a joke. But hey, our Lord and Savior, everyone. Community-driven distros almost always fail. No, it was Richard Stallman. Richard Stallman said that to the journalist that asked him why he was doing it. And again, I hope it was a joke, but it did not seem like it. Like, Richard Stallman is like he looks or it feels like he's the idiot that had some good ideas and then just fucked everything up. He had a few good ideas and then everything else that came out of his mouth is just bullshit. It's just like, why are you not in the fucking mental asylum yet? Like, I can't comprehend how people can take him seriously. He threatened an interviewer and said he would leave this interview if he didn't stop challenging his viewpoints. Yeah, he sadly enough has cancer. Yeah, I hope he's doing well though. I hope he win that shit. But he will probably blame Microsoft for it or something like that. He's a funny dude, man. He's a fucking weird dude. There's videos of him dancing folk dance in a server room. And he's correlating dancing with having sex. Like, oh, brain hurts. Please don't. He has a fictive story on his site trying to explain corporate control and censorship by ordering a sex robot in the future and having a relationship with it. Of course. Not only do you eat your own dead skin, and you think dancing is like having sex, you also fantasize of sex robots in the future, which we kind of almost have, but... Oh, brain hurting. Just don't. Just stop speaking, please. Just shut the fuck up. damn it. Let's hope he's losing some weight, because his fucking shirts are not fitting him anymore. The last interview I saw with him, his belly was about to explode out of that fucking shirt. I don't know how someone would wear that fucking, like... Then unbutton it. Just leave it, he had a t-shirt on, unbutton it. Like, those fucking buttons were screaming for mercy, man. They were like, kill us, we can't bear this anymore. And then one time, one of them was open. He had like a big hole in the middle of a fucking stomach, man. Yeah, just in a way more creepier way. Just in a... Oh, you didn't consent? Don't give a fuck kind of way. Oh. Oh yeah, they are all the same. Like, he's spewing the same bullshit over and over again. And he loves to talk about how he is the reason why Linux is so popular, because of GNU. And Linux should be thanking him. And by the way, I'm not saying this because I have a big ego. Like, okay. Sure thing. Sure thing. Of course we believe you. Yeah, he definitely has some screw loose, man. Yeah, GNU fucking Linux my ass, man. They fucking like... One day someone will make a video about the Linux community and it will be the biggest comedy ever made. Like, you could not make this shit up if you tried. And it's unironically funny as fuck. I have seen the video of him dancing. I've seen almost, like, I used to watch every video available about that dude, man. So that's the problem. You watch too much Linux content. No, it don't matter. What OS you run won't fucking matter. If everyone ran Linux tomorrow, nothing would change. It really would not change. You have to remember this. Android, which a lot of Linux users regard as Linux, is worse than Windows when it comes to data collection, telemetry, personal data collection. And most of it is open source. It still fucking do it. The only difference that will happen if Linux takes over the desktop market, that most of the current Linux users will be running FreeBSD or Haiku, because now Linux is too corporate. It's been corrupted by Big Brother. It's not unique enough. They don't care about Linux. They only care about being special. Oh, I love sleeping in the heat. Yeah, Ubuntu being like Microsoft, and it is, like I said, we need to make a t-shirt that says, "What do Linux users want? Free shit!" And then throwing money up in the air. Because they fucking don't care about Linux. They really don't. If they cared, they would be sponsoring Linux projects. You know? The best, like, if honestly, if you're a Linux user, the best thing you can do is not watching. If you're a Linux user, the best thing you can do to yourself is not watching any Linux YouTubers. I had like, I think it was between 2010 and 13, I watched no Linux YouTubers. It was the best time of my life running Linux. Because Linux YouTubers will suck you into the brain rot that is this like FOSS philosophy. They are corrupting your brain with mindless, meaningless shit. DistroTube has said a few times, probably more by now, that if you are not supporting Linux and open source, you are on the wrong side of history. The wrong side of history, like you're fucking, you know, person putting people into gas chambers kind of person. Then not almost everything you use is FOSS. And probably a lot of the things that are open source are not even free and open source, because free and open source is not the same as open source. And the FOSS community and FSF community, the Free Software Foundation, hate the open source movement. Hate it. Like, a lot of the programs you run may not be kosher enough, man. It's not pure enough. How dare you running this unpure thing? Linux has no real history. It has on servers. It took over a lot of Unix market share. If we talk the Linux desktop, nothing has happened. Nothing has happened. Like, if we only talk about the desktop. Well, it managed in over 30 years, it managed to go from 0 to 4%. That's a fucking bad investment. Like, if that was the stock price, bad investment. Really bad investment. Unix has a rich history. Unix is old. Yeah, Linux was made because a guy could not afford a Unix system. Exactly, yeah. And he also wanted to test out a new processor. Yeah, most people don't understand open source, why or how it's supposed to be used. Open source is not safe. That's the illusion that they give you. It's like, I don't need airbags because this car feels safe. What you feel and what reality is are two different things. One is a imposed psychological thing, and another one is reality. Yeah, Minix, yeah. Which actually had a more modern kernel design than Linux ended up with. Funny enough. Every time I do a live stream or make a video about Linux, I'm like, Linux is kind of shit. Like, I really, really want to like it. And it has a lot of good use cases, but for most people, Linux is kind of shit. Like, you do need antiviruses on Linux. And people can scan you on any system they want, because phishing attempts is not OS dependent. A phishing attempt works just as well on Linux as it does on Windows. So why do you need an antivirus on your system? The second you share anything with other people, you need to scan it. You don't want to be the guy that goes to work with a USB fucking stick and then give everyone an infection. That's the fastest way of losing your job. Because you thought you were safe on Linux. Yeah, you may not get infected, but you could be patient zero and transmitting that fucking thing to someone else. And this has happened before, dude. This is not just something I'm putting out of my ass. This has happened. I don't need an antivirus, and then they put a USB stick into their fucking, or they transfer a program to their work laptop, and then oops, shit happened. And you also have to remember there's quite a few viruses out there, you know, for Linux. There's a lot of viruses for Linux. There are OS independent viruses. Yep, you need antivirus for Linux. If you are sharing files with other people, it's your responsibility to make sure that they don't have a virus. You cannot assume. Well, Proton and Wine can definitely give you fucking antiviruses. Viruses. There actually have been cases where Linux distributions got viruses through Wine. And people got account hacked through Wine on Linux. I think it was like they were using like an old version of Photoshop or something like that. Don't just assume that you are secure. Yeah, like, the only reason why you don't need an antivirus, or people say you don't need it, or people don't use an antivirus on Linux, is because people don't give a fuck enough about Linux on the desktop to actually attack it. That's the only reason. But that's not being more secure. That's just being lucky. Any antivirus will do. Just use whatever you want to use. Yeah, the year of the Linux desktop, everyone's using Linux and nobody's using antivirus. That would be a good fucking day, man. A lot of Bangladesh scammers are getting rich that day, dude. A lot of Nigerian princes are getting their money worth. Your CalNav is great. It's actually being used by a lot of security people. Anyway, I need to get to bed. I have some appointments tomorrow. And I keep forgetting that it's Saturday, or well, it's actually Sunday morning. But anyway, see you all later. Have a great day. And I remember how to turn this shit off. There you go.